guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk may be stepping away from the Trump administration.
Thank you. It's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for, it's great to work with you.
Although no official announcement has been made, Musk made his remarks during a cabinet meeting that it was an honor to serve. He touted finding $160 billion of government waste and predicted more accomplishments for the White House moving forward.
We all want to thank you for your help. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
And Musk responded,
well, they do like to play my cars, which is not great.
A reference to the ongoing acts of vandalism involving Tesla vehicles. President Trump was in Michigan yesterday, speaking in the heartland of the big three U.S. automakers as he marked his first 100 days in office. His remarks came after Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick announced a deal to ease some auto tariffs.
The policy reversal will see companies spared stacked tariffs. In place already a 25% duty on imported cars, as well as 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. The Commerce Secretary says the plan is rewarding companies who manufacture domestically, as well as helping manufacturers who are committing to invest in America. General Motors has welcomed the news, saying it was grateful for the president's support of the U.S. automotive industry. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The Vatican says the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin.
The closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there is a new pope. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 141 points. The S&P 500 rose by 8 points. The Nasdaq fell by 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of the United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A judge in California says Border Patrol agents cannot arrest illegal aliens without a warrant.
Judge Jennifer Thurston's ruled that Border Patrol agents in the Eastern District of California, an area that includes the central, northern, and eastern portions of the state from Bakersfield to the Nevada and Oregon borders, cannot arrest people without a warrant. Fox News says the judge is preventing agents from stopping illegal immigrants or deporting them during larger operations that don't target a single suspect. CBP says the California judge does not have authority over the federal agents, but they are changing some of their protocols. I'm Jack Cronin.
Construction is underway for a new Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing facility in Arizona.
It marks the third manufacturing plant in Phoenix and comes after the chipmaker recently announced an additional $100 billion investment into the U.S. Attending Tuesday's groundbreaking ceremony was U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He called the occasion the return of American manufacturing. Some big-name tech companies like Apple and NVIDIA are customers of TSMC. In Phoenix, I'm Matt Mattinson.
Prosecutors in Tennessee are resting their case in the Tyree Nichols murder trial.
3 former Memphis police officers are accused of beating Nichols to death during a traffic stop in January 2023. After the prosecution called its last witness, defense attorneys immediately asked the judge to acquit their clients, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. Their request was denied. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
And then just like that, we are back in the saddle again, ready to roll. And where are we headed tonight? It looks like we're headed into a Thursday. Or Friday Eve, better yet. As we close out the month of April, welcome into the first day of May. So here we are. 5th month of the year already upon us. Where does the time go? So hey there, I'm Steve Sommers. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. After a few rumbles of thunder a little bit earlier, some of those pop-up showers we've seen in this region of the country. Partly cloudy skies at this hour, hanging in about 67 degrees. We'll take that. So I guess you could say more of the same. Another day, another night, another zone of showers and thunderstorms in the heartland of the country. Several areas where you'll be rolling a bit slower tonight with some heavy rainfall, whereas 24 hours ago we had intense rain stretching through the heart of Oklahoma. Yeah, still some showers lighter in western Oklahoma tonight, but the big bulk of activity is north of Oklahoma and another area east of Oklahoma. A line of showers and thunderstorms stretching from right about St. Louis, swinging southward into the heart of Memphis, Tennessee, then kind of southwesterly. A lot of rain in southern Arkansas, on down into Shreveport, Louisiana, and the tailing end just to the north and east of Austin, Texas. Yeah, that's one big area. A lot of spotty showers through central Illinois, back into northeastern portions of Missouri. Separate band of showers and thunderstorms stretching through the heart of Nebraska tonight. From Nebraska down into western portions of Kansas. So several hours or rounds of showers and thunderstorms. As we go back 24 hours ago, we had some of those severe storms stretching 1,800 miles Tuesday into Tuesday night. That ultimately was defined by the Weather Service as a derecho. Yeah, storms moving at a significant speed rattled the Midwest all the way to the east Tuesday into Tuesday night. A lot. Widespread damaging winds. Numerous reports of snapped trees, shingles blown off, power lines stretching from southern Illinois all the way to central portions of Pennsylvania and New York. This swath of wind damage, reports stretched approximately 450 miles in length and about 100 miles wide. That meets the criteria of a derecho. So storms stretching from Texas to the northeast once again as we go and roll into a Thursday. Here's what we see. According to AccuWeather, the severe weather zone will stretch once again from the southwest to the northeast. This is the latest push of cooler but less humid air as it's colliding with the lingering warmth and the humidity across the south and the east. All modes of severe weather possible again from Texas all the way to western New York into southern Ontario. High winds, hail, flash flooding, perhaps a couple of tornadoes for our Thursday. A disturbance forecast to drop southeast across the southern plains Thursday night to Friday morning. This system's likely going to set off some drenching showers and robust thunderstorms, some of which could be severe once again. Friday, the thunderstorm and severe weather threat pushing again toward the Atlantic seaboard as well as the northern Gulf Coast, where these storms hold off until the afternoon and evening hours Friday. Could be stronger, locally intense, with damaging consequences due to the daytime heating there. All right, where do we wind this down? Storms are forecast to reload this weekend in the south central and southwestern USA, depending on the speed and the intensity of a storm pushing into the southwestern U.S. over the weekend. Thunderstorms, some severe, will conglomerate over the deserts and the southern Rockies, as well as the high plains into next week. Some much-needed rain from this particular pattern, but the risk of flash flooding is going to be escalating, river flooding over the southern plains. As we said, some portions of eastern Oklahoma. Central and east. Let me pull up the map here. There's a pretty broad swath of flood warnings in place where this is a region where 5 inches of rain has already fallen since Monday of this week, and there's more rounds of rain as we roll into early May here that's going to trigger flooding across parts of the southern plains. Rainfall also occurring in some locations that actually need some moisture. But as I mentioned, parts of Oklahoma, as much as 5 inches of rain since Monday. 1 to 2 inches have fallen across portions of northern Texas as of early this past day. As the first round of rain continues, a few inches of additional rain may fall across portions of north central and northeastern Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, parts of southwestern Arkansas. Where inches of rain have already fallen and saturated the ground, the most significant risk of flash flooding is in low-lying areas, small streams, as well as flooding on the Red River tributaries. While the rain is forecast to retreat to the southeast for Thursday, another cluster of downpours and severe thunderstorms drops in across the southern plains Thursday night to Friday. You got a little chance for the water to recede here through the day ahead. This batch of thunderstorms can bring rain to already largely missed areas by downpours thus far. However, more rain will fall on saturated soil in parts of Oklahoma and Texas. So we could see a new surge of high water to some of the area streams and secondary rivers after a quiet weekend without downpours and thunderstorms. Looks like the atmosphere is going to once again reload further west by early next week. Now, the troublemaker is going to be a big storm as the jet stream level over the southwestern states. Now, they explain these upper-level storms are very challenging to be precise as far as forecasting several days in advance. There's not a lot of weather data in the high levels in the atmosphere versus the numerous ground-level reporting sites issuing weather data. Weather balloons that carry instruments to measure temperature, humidity, and pressure help fill in some of those gaps. That data then fed into various computer models, which are state-of-the-art tools for forecasters. But based on the latest available information, AccuWeather believes that a large storm at the jet stream level is going to set up over the southwest and begin tapping moisture from the Gulf. That will result in an uptick in showers and thunderstorms stretching from Arizona to New Mexico, Colorado, and western portions of the southern plains. This is again by early next week. So where you have the rain this week in the new storm, next week where rainfall kind of sets up and overlaps, we could be talking some cumulative rainfall totals in excess of 10 inches. So we're talking the equivalent of 2 to 3 months worth of rain in some locations. That means continued flooding. Our number, 844-844-3388. We'll say hello to some of our listening friends checking in as we kick off a brand new day. The first day of May, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello to Philly Dan, who says, good morning. Happy Tariff Thursday. That's a new one. Tariff Thursday. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour, the eve of Friday. 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. We had a little thunderstorm roll through the area a tad bit ago. I'd be willing to bet the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker deep beneath the Earth's crust heard that and felt it as well. Indeed we did. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. If the storm didn't knock out the phone lines, we are good to go. All right. That's above ground near the bunker. Be the first to call or last or someone in between. There's a big cookie out there with your name on it. All right, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, take off the rain gear, heat up that cup of joe. Let's get it started here. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve. Overnight family. All right, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe. Rubber duck. Underachieving once again. Home sweet home tonight. Underachieving. All right, that's... All right, Gary checks in. Morning, Gary. Good to have you on board. John Ferguson, in all capital letters, says, English. And with that, it's sleepy time. Stay safe. Good night from Charleston, West Virginia. Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve. 73 degrees here in Barstow tonight. Headed back east toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Norman checks in north central Kansas. Got an inch of rain this past day. It's too muddy to load the big tipper. So he's just goofing off tonight. Brain dead. Hello, Steve. Happy Friday Eve for you, but it's just a Tuesday for me. But I am glad that Monday is behind me. That was a rough day. But getting a Whataburger with the dingbat made up for all that. All right, had a 2-stop grocery run to Little Rock tonight as the thunderstorms made it even more fun. All right, we got a few nuggets in the sports world to talk about. We'll check in, as usual, later in the program. Captain Ron is present, 70 degrees, rolling through Ocala, Florida tonight. I cannot see it, but we've got that smoke odor in the air. It's really messing with my asthma. Semper Fi, shout out to Knucklebuster, Truck and Phil, and all the other leathernecks out there. There you go. Surprise, some wildfires. It's been very, very dry there in Florida. I have to do a quick check, see what you got burning down there. Let's see. Is that Country Bumpkin? Junior, JR, checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Riding the Trump train. Be safe out there to the overnight drive family. Roy is on board Northwest Illinois, 54 degrees tonight. A little bit of light rain in his area as well. Good morning from Gary, Indiana. Waiting to unload in the morning, then reload, I hope. That's John. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Shorty Morris. Hello, Shorty. The R&R is over. I think I gained about 20 pounds in the Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg area. Time to get back in the saddle again. All right, hope you enjoyed some time off. Good times, right? Let's see. We're at the South Carolina-Georgia line tonight, 70 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround. Only once this late in the week. The one and only. All right, welcome back. Good to have you on board there. Yeah, Pappy, you see that? The overheads are on. That means young Stephen is back in the saddle. That is correct. Tonight, actually, is his first night back working the overnight shift. But he's by himself, the canine. He's not authorized to take the doggy out just yet. He's got, I guess there was one doctor that signed off, so he's back to work. But another doctor has to sign off to let Stryker get back out there. And I think he said maybe the 5th of May is when he's supposed to get the final word on that. So, yeah, a few nights being out there like old times without the canine, but you noticed, all right? Let's see, Captain Snacky, good morning, Steve. Headed through Iowa, rolling toward Romeville, Illinois tonight. Let's see, we're at 57 degrees in north central Kansas, and they're telling us more rain on the way here. Yeah, later in the day. A front going to be dropping in from the northwest. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Hey, we're down to 5 days till the Ohio primary or special election. You have till Sunday for early voting, and then Tuesday is the election. Just 51 days till summer begins. 65 days until Independence Day. Hey, got the usual run tonight with the exception of traffic and weather. Roads are pretty good so far. Partly cloudy, breezy, a humid 68 degrees, rolling 71 here in the Bluegrass State tonight. Yeah, after that shower came through, when I step out, you can feel it's very, very humid out. The mugginess, all that moisture in the atmosphere. There's Double Trucker, 52 degrees in Lodi. Here we go with another day, another run, the same roads, another shooting at Walmart. Obviously, shopping at Walmart is bad for your health these days. Anyway, waiting on my set, so I'm going to be taking a nap here. I'll check in later while headed back to Western New York on the home of free speech, Rumble. And there's Uncle Chops in the house. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners there. Thank you very much. And wait a minute. No, that was yesterday. Hey, Mike. It's morning, Horse Feathers. Happy Thursday.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Happy Friday Eve.
There you go.
So I see on the news last night they did exactly what was predicted. They were touting out there how bad the GDP was.
Bingo.
The GDP is down. It's down. Well, yeah. Why was it down? Well, because all the companies ordered all extra product before the tariffs went into effect, so they're all stocked up. They didn't order any products while the tariffs have been in place. Of course it's going to be down, but they didn't tell you that. Anyway, so I alluded a little bit last night with a thank you, but, I probably should have put out a few more there because got a couple more yesterday, and there's a trucking company that used to be involved with the convoy that has kind of aged out there. You remember Charlie from Lancaster, right?
I do.
Used to talk to
Absolutely.
Convoy up all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. And he's the reason I actually got started with it way back in 2016 to be part of the world record-setting convoy with, I think we had 613 trucks. And anyway, so his company actually donates through me now. So I I'm the recipient of that, and I greatly appreciate that. And have a few other listeners that make donations. And so anyways, some of them are larger than others and some of them are smaller than others, but all of them are greatly appreciated. I mean, we have one listener there that mails a check on kind of a regular, irregular basis, but it's $10 here and $10 there, and it's somebody I know that doesn't have a lot of extra income to do that, but they make a point of making sure that they do what they feel they need to. So it's all appreciated. It doesn't have to be a big amount or a small amount. It's whatever you're able to do to go towards it. But yeah, so as I say, I did want to throw that out there. And if you look at the team page, the team page is actually above the matching $5,000 mark at this point.
How about that?
So
good.
So we're rolling along, but I still got more work to do, because last year I made it to $11,000 with the matching part that I got from Hot Shot Secret, and I had a goal set at 15, and didn't quite make it. But every year I've been able to increase the amount I've been able to raise for Make-A-Wish, and so this year I was hoping to get over the 12, so I set my goal at 15 again. But as I say, I got a couple other things I'm working on. I still don't have the complete final answer for the thing I want to do in June that I'm hoping is going to help me a little bit. But anyways, we're working on it. Slowly but surely. The wheels are turning, and we're gaining some more. But as I say, I just wanted to throw it out there that we've still been getting donations in, and wanted to
gratitude, right? He wanted to say thank you. Hold the thought. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New reports have the U.S. economy heading into uncertain waters this summer.
We've been ripped off by every country practically in the world.
The GDP, which is the sum of the value of goods and services produced, fell 0.3% over last year. Growth had originally been predicted by economists, but outlooks were revised to negative thanks to reactions to President Trump's global tariffs. Karen Reed will be back in court tomorrow as she stands accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, by hitting him with a car. Yesterday, the defense grilled Jennifer McCabe, a family friend of O'Keefe, who was with Reed when the body was found.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Reed's defense team claims she's the victim of a cover-up and being framed for the murder of O'Keefe. McCabe's testimony will continue on Friday. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, rolling into a brand new day. Good to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. I'm going to get back and finish up with the horse feathers. But first thing you brought up, though, was the mainstream media, again, touting the GDP numbers, right? Oh, it's bad. And you hear it in the news. The U.S. economy headed into uncharted territory. Well, if you were with us 24 hours ago, I gave you the lowdown, the skinny. They told us, do not pay attention to that number. We knew what was going to be taking place. They update. This is from our friends at the economic department, the economist there. I think Carney is his name, with Breitbart News. We did not import ourselves into a recession. The headline GDP number, as anticipated, was disappointing. The economy contracted in the first quarter of 25, the first decline in real GDP since 2022. That was enough to spark another round of recession hand-wringing on Wall Street in the financial press. But the details tell a different story. One of resilient consumers, strong business demand, and inflation that has come to a halt. This contraction was driven almost entirely by a surge in imports. That widened the trade deficit and dragged down net exports, a standard but misleading quirk of GDP math. Real final sales to domestic private purchasers, which is a much cleaner read on U.S. demand, rose at a healthy clip. That's a far better measure of momentum than the top-line GDP figure. Spending and income are rising without triggering inflation. Consumer spending was stronger than expected. Personal consumption expenditures rose 1.8% in the first quarter, beating the forecast for 1.2%. Durable goods, services, and non-durables all contributed. Households are not pulling back. That strength did not fade in the month of March, according to the new data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Inflation-adjusted personal consumption jumped 0.7% last month, the biggest monthly increase in over a year. Durable goods spending surged 3.2%. Services up 0.6%. Real disposable income up 0.5%, with wages and salaries continuing to climb. A good rule of thumb, he says, if real incomes are rising, spending will follow. The March data showed households have the financial firepower and the confidence to keep consuming, no matter what the sentiment surveys say. The inflation news was even better. The Fed's preferred gauge, the PCE price index, was flat in March. 0. Core PCE, which excludes food and energy, was also unchanged. That is the tamest monthly reading since early 2020. Year over year, headline PCE slowed to 2.3%, and the core PCE dropped to 2.6%. This is what they refer to as the soft landing the Fed has been hoping for. Real growth, solid income, inflation back under control. So there you go. Pay no attention to the fearmongers. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Horse Feathers.
That's right. They got to put all that smoke and mirrors out there, try to scare everybody. But hey, if you want to increase your profits a little bit there, if you I think it was down in Texas, if you want to do it one dime at a time, is it?
I got that, yes. How about that?
$800,000 worth of dimes spilled on the highway, Your Honor.
And how comical was it? All these law enforcement out there on their hands and knees. I mean, sitting there, on the side of the road trying to pick these damn things up one at a time. They brought out some big vacuum, like a big sucker machine. You know, there's got to be a bunch of dimes. There's going to be people out there with the little metal detectors finding them, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's no way they're going to recapture all that. They were, shovels and brooms and the vac trucks and as you say, officers down on their hands and knees picking dimes up out of the grass and what was it? Isn't there a song there, something about one dime at a time? One of them old country songs had that in it. But anyway, so and your storms you had go through there, they were pretty good. State College actually got some really bad weather up there. So right there around Penn, where Penn State University is and everything, and as you said, Central PA, they got some pretty tough weather there yesterday. So we had some of the rain showers through the night, off and on, but I don't know, by daylight everything was all cleared up. So, anyways, other than that, that's about what we got going for you there. But as I say, we just wanted to do the thank you for the Make-A-Wish and thank everybody out there who's listening, and we just keep doing more and more all the time. So we'll see what we can come up with. And as I say, I got a thing I want to try to do in June, but we haven't got it finalized. So when we do, we'll get it figured out there.
All right,
everybody know.
And you will keep us up to date, I am sure.
Absolutely.
There you go. All
we'll
right.
Catch you later.
Have a good morning, Horse Feathers. There you go. Thank you for all those out there that are helping out the Mother's Day convoy just around the corner here. Yeah, he sent me an email. He said, penny for your thoughts, or maybe a dime in Texas. Referencing the story, authorities spotted on video shoveling and actually individually picking up 8 million dimes. That's $800,000 worth of dimes that spilled across the highway early Tuesday. Alvord Fire Department officials confirmed to Fox 4 Dallas that the 8 million loose dimes were being carried by a tractor trailer when it overturned on U.S. Highway 287 in Wise County. Texas Department of Public Safety said the truck veered off the road, overcorrected, and ultimately flipped. The highway shut down for nearly 14 hours as those crews were shoveling, hand-picking, vacuuming up the loose coins from the road and the nearby brush. 2 people taken to the hospital for injuries that are non-life-threatening. But, crews were spotted sweeping, shoveling the dimes. Not clear, they say, why the coins were not in bank rolls or I'm thinking normally wouldn't it be in like the bags to help contain. I guess these were just in some sort of a tote or something. But 8 million dimes. Our number, 844-844-3388. Penny for your thoughts, right? All right, back to some of our friends checking in here. Shorty says, Steve, I don't know if it's the tariffs or what, but on our 6-hour round trip and the week we were in there, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, we saw at least 80 vehicles, new and used, with drive-out tags from many states. I'm not real sure what that actually means, but... All right. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the Hot Shot Secret for having the Steve Sommers overnight drive for us to enjoy. Don't forget, tell them you love them every chance you get. Be safe, and thank you to all the drivers out there. Good morning from Jeff there in Florida. Here we go once again. Bob in Michigan checking in. Let's see. Rubber Duck. The dog just snuck up, knocked over my Coors Original beer, and he's lapping it up. Oh, great. I don't know. One beer shouldn't hurt him, should it? You'll have a drunk mutt. All right. Another positive note here, I would have to say. Now, we have been talking for weeks, or has it been months, about a possible deal with Ukraine, the mineral rights, that whole scenario where, first of all, Zelensky comes over and they were supposed to have the deal done. And that turned into a debacle with him getting pretty much kicked out of the White House. And they've been him-hauling around ever since. The U.S. and Ukraine announcing yesterday they have indeed signed the long-awaited agreement on rare earth minerals that establishes a joint investment fund in the war-torn nation. It was signed in Washington, D.C., after months of pressure by President Trump for Ukraine to compensate the U.S. for the billions in military and economic assistance we've been pouring into that country since 2022. Now, what is the deal? This is expected to give us, the U.S., access to Ukraine's vast rare earth minerals in exchange for security guarantees against future Russian aggression. In other words, we will have U.S. interest on the ground, and it's pretty much a notification to Vladimir Putin. If you mess with us, we're going to defend ourselves, right? The deal initially agreed on in February. That signing delayed after the spat between President Trump and Zelensky. Now, thanks to President Trump's tireless efforts to secure a lasting peace, I'm glad to announce the signing of today's historic economic partnership between the United States and Ukraine, establishing the U.S.-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. That was the word from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. This partnership allows the United States to invest alongside Ukraine to unlock these gross assets, mobilize American talent, capital, and governance standards that will improve Ukraine's investment climate to accelerate the Ukraine economic recovery. Now, I said he added the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation will participate and help to establish this fund in collaboration with the government of Ukraine. The Ukrainian First Deputy Minister said, I am grateful to everyone who worked for the agreement and made it more meaningful. Now the document is such that it can ensure success for both countries, Ukraine and the United States. This fund will be jointly managed by Kyiv and Washington, with both sides contributing. Ukraine's prime minister said future military aid from the U.S. can count as contributions to the fund but prior assistance is not included. Now, he did say Ukraine will retain full control over subsoil infrastructure and natural resources, but the U.S. will help attract additional investments and technology to Ukraine. The establishment of this fund will also not interfere with Ukraine's path to membership in the European Union, not NATO, but the EU. Today's agreement signals clearly to Russian leadership that the Trump administration is committed to peace centered on a free, sovereign, prosperous Ukraine over the long term. It's time for this cruel, senseless war to end. That's a positive. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what do you say? What's on your mind? Rubber Duck said the dog's burping. He's got beer breath now. Look at some of the industry headlines coming up here. Word of kind of a changing of the guard that's going to be taking place at the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. But before we get to that, it was another piece of positive news for the American automobile industry. With the executive order that removed some of the punitive tariffs on steel and aluminum imports for the automakers. Substantial relief to the automotive industry. That announcement discussed by Firetown Media and Sommers CEO Craig Fuller this past day. They say it marks a notable shift in trade policy while maintaining the administration's broader stance when it comes to tariffs. This is what President Trump had signed just before the rally there in Michigan this past day before yesterday. The executive order targets tariffs on raw materials used in automotive manufacturing, with the administration making the policy retroactive, they say. That means that any of the tariffs that went into effect that the auto manufacturers have paid will effectively be rebated to them. Fuller explained, highlighting the significant financial implications. This represents a tailored approach to tariff relief while maintaining the administration's overall trade strategy. The Trump administration is not going to reverse policy anytime soon. And the tariffs, specifically on China, are probably going to stay highly elevated. However, he noted that this development signals a willingness to make some strategic exceptions where it would be economically beneficial. The auto industry stands to benefit significantly as manufacturers had previously faced tariffs on both raw materials and components entering the country. Fuller emphasized this change gives an enormous amount of relief to the auto manufacturers. It gives them the opportunity to continue to ramp up domestic production. Now, despite this targeted relief, Fuller indicated that the broader trade war right now not really showing any signs of immediate resolution. These negotiations are done typically in private between two countries that are sensitive. There appears to be some limited progress in the U.S.-China trade talks. He said that neither party really wants to publicly acknowledge any concessions or compromises. Looking forward, Fuller anticipates more industry-specific exceptions could emerge as economic pressures become apparent. We've already seen the tariffs on China, where the Trump administration will give exceptions to certain industries where they feel like there's a reason, a strategic or economic interest to do so. Consumer reaction could play a crucial role in future policy decisions. He pointed out that significant changes might occur if consumers start to complain about not being able to find products on store shelves, particularly during some of the key shopping periods like the back-to-school season. While the automotive industry welcomes this relief, Fuller emphasized the broader trade landscape remains very complex and uncertain at this point. While some short-term deals with countries like India might be forthcoming, a comprehensive resolution with China, at least at this point, does not seem likely in the immediate future. Well, we got to just take it one step at a time. All right, changing to the guard at the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, citing personal reasons. Donna Kennedy will be stepping down from her role as executive director on Monday of next week. She will remain with the organization as lead strategic advisor. Kennedy's been with the organization for 18 years. St. Christopher's Truckers Relief Fund, started by Dr. John McGilliot, Dave Nemo, and Michael Burns to help over-the-road truck drivers and their families when an illness or injury takes them off the road. Since Kennedy joined the organization in 2007, the St. Christopher Fund has provided more than $5 million in assistance to more than 4,000 truck drivers and their families. At one point in time, the only staffer, Kennedy grew the organization to a staff of 6. Now, she states, "I have truly enjoyed the last 18 years as director, proud of the work for the St. Christopher Fund, what they've done. It's been amazing to watch this organization grow and affect so many lives. I'm confident the new director will successfully lead St. Christopher Fund to new heights. My hope has always been that the St. Christopher Fund would be like the St. Jude's of trucking. We have a great team in place, an amazing board of directors that can make that a reality. Can't wait to see what's in store." Now, the president of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, Norita Taylor, kind of reflecting on Kennedy's time with the organization. While it's certainly not the kind of news we would like to hear, we fully understand, we respect her decision. Her contributions over the years are immeasurable. We want to see things in a positive light going forward. She has graciously agreed to remain with the St. Christopher Fund in a consulting role with the official title of Strategic Advisor. We know this will ensure a smooth transition. We also have been able to interview and select a new executive director due to the expedient and diligent efforts on Donna's part. Looks like the new executive director, they tell us, will be announced on next Tuesday, the day after she steps down, Tuesday, May the 6th. But yes, they have done quite amazing things. Millions of dollars coming in to help those drivers out there in their time of need. So we'll get a news break here coming up as we close out hour number 1. What's on your mind? Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 House Democrats are seeking removal from a resolution to impeach President Trump.
Congressman Kwesi Mfume and Jerry Nadler, as well as Congresswoman Robin Kelly, initially signed on as co-sponsors of Congressman Sri Tanadar's resolution, but the trio went to the House floor on Tuesday asking for their names to be taken off the legislation. It's a move that may signal many in the party currently don't want to go down the path of trying to remove the president from office. Spokespeople for Kelly and Mfume say the lawmakers initially signed on to the effort because they assumed it had been reviewed by leadership, but changed their plans after learning it was not. Now, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky remains as the only co-sponsor of the resolution. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Supreme Court is considering what could be the nation's first taxpayer-funded religious public charter school.
The High Court heard arguments Wednesday as Oklahoma's St. Isidore of Seville Catholic Virtual School is seeking to join the state's charter school program. The school is opposed by the state's Republican Attorney General as well as public and charter school advocates who argue this would threaten the separation of church and state by allowing taxpayer money to go towards religious education. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the school, it could allow other religious schools to apply for public funding as well. I'm Brian Shook.
The U.S. is prosecuting illegals who enter the country through a newly created military zone, which is along the southern border of New Mexico.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recorded a video in the zone zone last week and called it a national defense area.
This may as well be a military base inside the United States of America. Newly announced, newly formed.
Court filings submitted Monday showed the Department of Justice charged at least 28 people with violations of security regulations for entering the zone. The charge is a misdemeanor, but could result in a year behind bars. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
In over 230 U.S. cities, including 113 in California, $1 million is only enough for a basic starter home.
The average price for a starter home has risen significantly. The most recent figure for California is compared to just 85 cities 5 years ago. Nationally, the average starter home costs just over $192,000. California leads with the highest number of cities where $1 million is typical for a starter home, followed by New York with 32 cities, New Jersey with 20 cities, and Florida at 11 cities. I'm Dina Kodiak.
JetBlue is canceling its new route between Long Island and Boston.
The inaugural flight from MacArthur Airport to Boston was scheduled for Thursday morning. JetBlue had high hopes for the route, with the airline announcing in January it would offer daily nonstop seasonal service from May through October. But JetBlue pulled the plug Tuesday, saying bookings didn't meet expectations. An airline spokesman says affected customers will get the option of a refund or can fly from JFK Airport to Boston. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Starbucks has opened a new type of store in South Texas.
The company opened its first 3D printed store in Brownsville on Monday. A large 3D printing machine made panels for the store's outer shell using a concrete-like material. Windows, doors, and a porch were then built to complete the concept. The store takes up about 1,400 square feet and has no indoor seating, focusing on mobile order pickups and drive-through customers. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we roll into a brand new day. Welcome back, welcome aboard. As we close out the month of April, yeah, here we go. First day of May is upon us. Now we start looking toward the weekend. All right, we'll get things started this hour. I believe, see what Eagle has on his mind. What's going on, Eagle? Yeah, Eagle, take one, take two. Hey, he's only been there literally like 10 minutes. Did you doze off, Eagle? All right, let's jump to the headline where Ford announcing, on the positive news of the relief for the auto manufacturers. I don't know which came first. Now, obviously, the president had signed that executive order the prior day. Ford announcing Wednesday that the tariff-induced employee pricing sales program is now being extended through the July 4 holiday weekend. Ford's director of U.S. sales announcing the plan on the Ford website, saying despite the dynamic tariff situation, our dealers maintain a robust retail stock of all vehicles. Many Ford models are included in the promotion, but not all. This ensures consumers have an ample selection of gas, hybrid, or plug-in hybrid and electric vehicles, while Ford continues to assess the potential impact of tariffs. Ford's CEO Jim Farley said this past day, "We want to keep our prices competitive and low. We think this is an opportunity for Ford. We have a different footprint, a different exposure for tariffs." Now, he stopped short, however, of saying prices of Ford models won't go up after the price incentive ends, but he did say there was a lot of communication with the Trump administration about the big picture on tariffs and expanding U.S. manufacturing. We're all trying to figure this out to do the right thing for the country, but it's going to take a little time. Now, the full impact of the tariffs that Trump ordered on the auto industry, not fully known. There's so many factors to consider. Now, we just shared on Tuesday, Trump ordered a kind of a complicated set of pullbacks on the auto industry. The intent was to give the U.S. automakers some time to respond, including to plan for more production facilities here in America. And that appears to be exactly what will happen based on a statement Tuesday from Stellantis chairman, John Elkann, who said the company appreciated Trump's rollback and that Stellantis looked forward to our continued collaboration with the U.S. administration to strengthen a competitive auto industry and stimulate exports. So moving forward. Okay. So you weren't snoozing, you just didn't have the volume up. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I almost fell asleep, but I didn't have the volume turned all the way up on the phone. I used up my battery looking at this waste of time basketball game. The Lakers just lost. I was looking at the Laker game on my phone, and the battery was almost dead. You didn't put the phone on the charger. Yeah, but I got a couple of things to talk about, Steve, tonight. First of all, I'm going to talk about a truck driving issue, and then I'm going to talk about Memphis again. Some more news on the Memphis situation. I want to say this and about Memphis again tonight because it's gotten worse. But first, I'm going to start up about Chicago, Steve, another city and town that I don't like. I've told you that over the years. Unfortunately, I'm in Chicago right now, delivering a load, and then I'm probably going to be headed to Texas after that, back for the weekend. But, you know, Steve, it seemed like it's been a while since I've been to Chicago. Been like about close to almost a year, and I've seen a lot of changes in Chicago since when I got here today. first thing I noticed, Steve, is everywhere you go, it's nothing but a damn money grab. Everywhere you go in the city, it's obvious they don't like truck drivers. Everywhere you go in all the parking lots, the Walmarts, the grocery stores, or anywhere else, the first thing you see when you pull up in the parking lot is a sign for a wrecker service saying that park at your own will, that we have a towing service, and if your truck is towed, dial this number to find out where your truck is at. Everywhere you go, they even got them at the truck stops. They even got these signs posted at the truck stops in a Chicago area that your truck will be towed if you're parked in an unauthorized place. Okay. Now, as I was driving to Chicago today on Interstate 70, I noticed all the traffic. There's a lot of trucks rolling up in the Chicago area. It's ridiculous, Steve. It's bad enough, these truck stops got the nerve to charge you for everything, charge you some places to park at night. Some of these places charge you up to $20. Some people maybe even $22 to take a damn shower. Okay, and then you're paying for the food, and then you're paying for whatever else. You could accumulate in one night at a truck stop, Steve. You could spend $60 to $80 in a truck stop. Depends on what kind of food you get. If you got to pay to park, if you got to pay to take a shower, and if you got to pay to get something to eat, you could spend $60, $50 to $60 or $70 real fast, real quick. But I've already told you about truck parking, Steve. If I pull into a truck stop and I see they got a guard shack and they got a man standing out in the parking lot wanting me to give him money to pay admission to his truck stop, I immediately make a U-turn and pull right back out, because I'm not giving nobody no money to park, to go to sleep, to take my 10-hour break, which is required by the DOT. They ought to be ashamed of themselves to charge a man to park when you're doing what the government tell you. A lot of times I don't even be tired, Steve, and you're still forced to take a 10-hour break. So then you got some loser, you got the nerve to charge you to park. And a lot of these guys are these foreign lots. You start. That's another thing that Trump might want to address. He addressed the issue with the language. Another thing I'm seeing, Steve, is you're starting to see these truck stops pop up, these Indian truck stops run by Indians. And these are some of the filthiest truck stops you'll ever go in. They don't keep the restrooms clean. They don't keep the store area clean. They don't keep the restaurant clean. The parking lot is filthy. A lot of times they don't even pave the damn lot, Steve. You pulling in on a dirt lot, get mud all in your truck when you walk across the lot. They too cheap to pave the damn parking lot, but yet they want to open up a truck stop in America. I've been seeing that more and more with these Indian truck stops, these Pakistanis or whatever you want to call them. They want to open facilities and make money, but they don't want to spend money to maintain the facility. Like I said, the restrooms are just filthy in these Indian truck stops. And then they got their own food going. A lot of these places now, you got a big sign. They got a sign out on the side of the road, Indian cuisine. They got selling their own food at a damn truck stop. And that's another one then they got the nerve, Steve. That's the ultimate slap in the face, is the want a man to park in your lot and you don't even have a payment paid. And a lot of those Indian truck stops got the nerve to charge you to park in their parking lot on a mud field, pothole field parking lot. They got the nerve to charge you $20. They'll never get my $20. I promise you that. I'll pull straight out of the parking lot and so I park on a damn ramp before I give them my $20. Now, let's move on to another subject, Steve, and that's concerning Memphis. Now, I want to say this before I say what I'm going to say about Memphis, because it's apparent, like I said, this guy here continues to mention my name every time I say something about Memphis. Brain dead. You don't know everything about, just because you live in Memphis don't mean that you know everything about Memphis, my man. I've been going to Memphis for 25 years. I started my trucking career in Memphis. I know a lot about Memphis too. No, I don't live in Memphis, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. I say this because I see what the deterioration of Memphis, and I've seen it and I heard it, and I keep up with the news about Memphis. So that means that I know about Memphis just as much as you do, my man.
Well, Eagle,
even though I don't live there.
Let me, Eagle. I mean,
what'd you say?
Last evening when Brain Dead called in, I didn't think he disagreed with you. It sounded like he said pretty much everything you said was correct. He kind of
he didn't say he disagreed with me, but I'm just letting him know that I'm not trying to talk bad about him. I never met the man. I'm telling him that Memphis is not a good situation, Steve.
Yeah.
Yesterday the mayor of Memphis is calling for the National Guard. He's calling for help from Donald Trump or anybody that wants to go into Memphis to try to help clean up the situation. They have a real serious situation in Memphis with violence and gun violence. And like I said, when you got police, now they're saying that they can't even get police officers in Memphis, Steve. The police people are quitting because the criminals and thieves have better equipment than the police do, nor do they respect the police. They'll shoot you think you see a punk kid running down the street and you tell him to stop, freeze. You think he's going to stop? No, he's not going to stop. He's going to turn around and start shooting at you. And a lot of cops saying they don't make enough money, and they don't make enough money to have their life put on the line for chasing down some 13, 14-year-old punk and having try to shoot you. So here's my situation. Here's what I think needs to be done in Memphis, Steve, because, see, I'm fed up with the whole thing. Because, like I say, I've been going to Memphis for a long time, and I've seen the deterioration of the inner city. I'm not talking about the whole city of, I'm talking about in Memphis in general, the airport area, the Highway 78 area, the airline close to the airport. This area is just bad. I'm not saying the suburbs of Memphis, but like I said before, Steve, you got prostitutes running. They got a Love's truck stop on this street, and you can't even pull in the parking lot without girls running up to your truck, drug dealers running up to your truck. You got to worry about a man busting open your trailer doors and stealing all your goods out of the thing while you sleep at night. You might even get held up walking across the parking lot to go in the truck stop. If you're lucky, you might make it in the truck stop without somebody pulling a gun out on you. It shouldn't be like that. A truck driver, you should be able to pull into a truck stop without having to worry about somebody pulling a gun out on you. That's what I'm trying to say, Steve. And a lot of other people feel the same way. So I'm saying, anybody that's in contact with the top people in D.C. or whatever, they need to get it seems like they've cleaned up Chicago. I don't know what happened in Chicago, but they're not killing people like they was a couple of years ago. Like I told you last night, Steve, it's almost like the people from Chicago moved down to Memphis. That's what it seems like to me, because it seems like the same troublemakers are causing problems. So whatever they did in Chicago, they need to do it in Memphis. If that doesn't work, they need to bring in the National Guard. And then my next scenario is what Donald Trump said, Steve, and I don't give a damn who likes it. What they need to do is start arresting these punks and doing just like Trump said. How about sending them down there to El Salvador, to that prison down there, and we'll see how big and bad and tough they are when they arrive, when they're sitting down there with nothing but a pair of underwear and no shirt on in a jail cell for 23 hours a day. They don't realize how privileged they are to live in America, and they need a reality check, because the people of Memphis deserve better than that. When they shooting old ladies for a Mercedes-Benz car that they just shot up a Mexican restaurant. 5 people got shot on Sunday night at a Mexican restaurant just minding their own business. Things are out of control, and those type of people don't need to be in society. They need to be. You want to act like an animal, they should treat them like an animal, Steve. And like I said before, they need to send them down there to El Salvador to show them really how privileged they are to live in America and how great of a country this is. And I thank you for taking my call.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. So it won't be long. The summertime will be here. What Eskimo mom would you say, like 20, is it 25 days? 30, whatever it was. It's getting close. Forecasters get a breaking down based on the long-term models. What are we looking at? Energy bills may be running high this summer, as AccuWeather's long-range forecasters are predicting a hotter than normal season across large swaths of the country. All right, meteorological summer starts Sunday, June 1, running to the end of August. That's a 3-month span that they tell us will feature some sweltering heat, severe weather, intense wildfires, and the start of a dynamic hurricane season. Start with the summer heat, they tell us, that's going to bake the central and western portions of the country. Many parts of the U.S. have already had a taste of summer warmth, including Phoenix, which had their earliest 100-degree temperature reading in 7 years when they cracked the century mark on April 10th. That is just a preview of what's to come, as it is expected to be a hot summer for most of the country. Temperatures as a whole from June through August will be above the historical average. The worst of the heat will be focused in the northern Rockies and across the plains, where records could be challenged on multiple occasions. Millions of homes will face higher energy bills due to the increased use of air conditioning, fans, and other cooling systems. In the Northeast and across the Appalachians, the season will be full of ups and downs as heat waves are broken up by showers and thunderstorms. The trade-off will be higher humidity, which can ultimately boost the heat index when the sun is shining. The number of days where temperatures are expected to reach 90 degrees is forecast to be 12 to 16 such days for New York City, 25 to 30 in Philadelphia, 45 to 50 in Atlanta, 18 to 24 in Orlando. Sounds like, the forecast is it's going to be a hot summer in hot Atlanta, all right? Further west, there could be more 90-degree days this year compared to last, including a predicted 16 to 22 90-plus days for Minneapolis, 60 to 66 in Denver, 56 to 62 there in Los Angeles. A trend in recent years has been warmer nights during the summer, especially in and around the big cities. This could be the case again this year. Less relief from the heat at the night can contribute to more heat stress and health issues. More people die from extreme heat, believe it or not, than from hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and cold weather combined. All right, the heat will do it. We'll get to some of the other areas of the country coming up here in just a bit. Let's see who we got on board. Senor Heatwave, going to Denver tonight, are we?
Yep, going to be playing in the rain and the snow, and I got a chain up to go, apparently over Vail. Oh, Lordy, yeah, June can't get here soon enough, the warmer weather. Yeah. You know, wait just a minute. I thought that all these environmental people were saying with these renewable energies, like the big fans in the sky, the air turbines, and the solar panels, that power was supposed to be cheaper. What happened? Well, I guess that means we need to have our natural gas generators, our coal-fired generators going to make nuclear. Yeah, so don't believe a damn word these environmentalists tell you, because it's a damn lie. It'll just suit their narrative. Kind of like Al Gore. Oh, we're going to lose the ice pack in the South Arctica here in the next 20 years. Well, the damn thing's grown by 17%.
And he said and he said that, what, 25 years ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, AOC. We've only got 12 years before we die. Well, I guess we're, 6-8 years into since she's made that statement, and looks like we're doing okay so far. I wouldn't believe a damn word they say. So, you know, the best calls Eagle make that are the ones where he's asleep. But yeah, it did sound like he was being a little, I guess the best word would be combative, argumentative. What Brain Dead was saying about Memphis.
Yeah, but I mean,
you know what? I don't care if
he agreed. I mean, everything you said was they got the attorneys and whatnot, that everybody that gets put in jail gets let out of jail, right? I mean, so the criminals are constantly on the streets. But all right, hold the thought. We pause. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is promoting an Investing in America event at the White House.
The entire Trump economic agenda is about making it easier to do business in America, to create jobs in America, to hire American workers, and to build your factories here in America.
The administration wants to use the Investing in America event to tout Trump's achievements and push back on uncertainty that some investors have over his global tariff policies. The U.S. Department of Education has started an investigation into Washington State's gender-inclusive policies.
Both of the measures were advisory votes only, and if passed, would not have been implemented. One proposal would have limited girls' sports participation to biological females only. The other proposal would have created separate athletic programs for boys, girls, and an open division for all students. Both measures needed over 60% member support to pass. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Senor Heatwave was talking about maybe having to chain up. Yeah, well, that may be the case as we roll toward the weekend. We did have a storm that pushed on shore this past weekend. Brought a little bit of rain, I mean like a few tenths of an inch, to parts of Southern California. Now, there's one more opportunity, they say, for some rain to dampen the ground in L.A. and San Diego. Depends on the storm's track, speed, and how much moisture it can pull in. But yeah, much of the precip, low elevation rain showers and mountain snow showers. But there will be a limited amount of moisture from the Pacific to work with. Now, rainfall from the storm over Southern California, probably sporadic. Some areas picking up a couple tenths of an inch. Others may not even see a drop of rain this weekend, mainly on Sunday. But the cold air at the upper levels will lead to clouds during the midday and afternoon hours, spawning some locally gusty thunder showers and hail. Despite the chance of some thunderstorm downpours scattered around the region, not enough rain likely to cause flash flooding or mudslides. Just be aware, areas that haven't seen rain in a while, things get really slick with all the oils and things that have been dripping from vehicles. The rain and snow this weekend, little impacts on Southern California. The storm this weekend will bring some snow, though, to the higher elevations. Possible conditions over Donner Pass along I-80 may get slippery. Some of the ridges and peaks in Southern California may pick a little bit of slushy snowfall. All right, but the lower temperatures at least will slow down some of the natural springtime melting of the snow in the middle and higher elevations. But all right, welcome back, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, thank you, Senor. Appreciate it. Yeah, as I was saying, I would rather trust the bird's eye view. I mean, the person right there in the middle of the things than telling me exactly what's going on from his perspective, being right there at ground zero, than somebody else who says, well, I used to live there, and, I know how things are going over there. I read. Well, good. I'm glad you do, but you're not experiencing it firsthand. So, and if the guy's agreeing with you, why the hell are you raising such damn cane about it?
Yeah.
Good night. So, anyways, enough of that. And, oh, by the way, I'm sure he isn't, and I'm not your man. So there you go. All righty. Well, I tell you what, the company I work for has got a problem. And that's buying team trucks, or with the team trucks they have, keeping them. That's buying them in shape. When that tractor last night broke down, that was a 10-hour yuck fest of being towed back to the yard and then waiting for someone with any kind of information to tell us about anything that was there on the yard. But as we saw while we were sitting there, dozens of Covenant trucks coming in and picking up the loads and carrying on with it. And, they said, well, we'll have to have the tractor for a day, maybe two. So there is a loaner truck. Oh, there is? No one else seemed to know about it. Of course, the truck's got over 1 million miles on it. And apparently this is one of the tractors we had in Albuquerque that we were getting rid of. Didn't get rid of very far. And this pig has got problems. It's got it just been serviced. And it's got a leak in the radiator that's going straight to the engine because there is no evidence of a leak on the ground, but we're continuously smelling. Oh, there we go. Okay, water and fuel, wonderful. We're constantly smelling the damn sweetness of the coolant, and it's like you got all this money to get the dark horse bid, and I'm not really for sure what the definition of a dark horse bid is, but they buy the equipment, the good running equipment, trailers and con gear. I don't know if they bought any tractors. And then they buy the terminals for, I don't know how much money they spent doing that. But then they can't supply their own drivers with equipment that is newer, up to date. I don't expect a brand new truck, but I do expect one that, has been well maintained and not having these issues like the tractors we're in now. I mean, hell, we didn't even move into the truck. We didn't even set it up, and it still took about 2 hours for both of us to get the stuff out of the old truck and that we're in now from the truck we were using. And and then they're going to be griping and complaining. Well, what took you so long? Well, why the hell don't you get equipment that's newer? So that's the end of my griping about that.
Little frustration factor.
Oh, to say the least. Yeah, that's very frustrating. I could say more, but you'd lose your FCC license here, and I don't want to do that. So, but yeah, what that news report was talking about, I guess it was Washington State not being able to pass a resolution to keep boys in boys sports, girls and girls, and
Correct.
open well, I mean, that's old news. We knew about that. But I mean, it is quite the damn shame. Well, you know what? The next time I'm in a liberal part of the country and I see women going into the women's room, I am going to go into the women's room. And if they raise a stink over that, and I says, well, don't you agree that men should stay in the men's area and women should stay in the women's area, keep it separated? I mean, if you think it's okay for boys and girls, you know, biological boys and girls, to be in the same restrooms or, you know, locker rooms, then it ought to be perfectly acceptable for me to be in here, you know, standing up instead of squatting down. What do you think? I mean, it sounds stupid, but I mean that's the belief that's going on right now. I mean, where is the line that says, okay, at this certain point, we need to keep the men away from the ladies when it goes to the locker rooms or when it goes to the restroom?
Right.
When is there a certain point? You know, I think somebody really ought to push it. And speaking of pushing, that prick or whatever the hell that Illinois governor's name is,
Pritchard,
and a few others, who?
Pritchard, I believe it is. Pritchard.
What was that name? I thought it was Prickster or something. But anyways, where did the Democrats, the left, get off saying now that go ahead and confront these people and that maybe, you know, lead and blood need to be spread around? I mean, isn't that incitement? I mean, it's bad enough AOC and that Crockett, that idiot. I mean, hell, they're all idiots over there. But I mean, when they're saying, "Hey, we need to start getting in these people's faces. We need to start pushing back. We need to start fighting these people." Where is the line for that kind of action? If a conservative did such words, say such words, and demand such actions, what would the liberals be thinking? Why is it okay for them, but not for us? You know, why can't we just look at it as, yes, you belong to these parties, but we are here at the behest of the people. And if 77 million people voted for the Trump agenda, and the other 72 or whatever it was did not, then why should you obstruct the good that's going to come out of what this agenda is for Trump? There's no reason for it. And the nonsense about, oh, these tax bills are going to kill the elderly, grandma's going to get run off the cliff, hey, you know, people are going to die. Why? It's
the only tactic they have, the fear mongering. That's all they can do is try to scare people into feeling that Orange Man bad.
And if they can't scare them to death, then they'll cuss them out. I mean, that's just the low of the low, especially for voted officials to be just running their damn mouths. And I understand Trump's done it a couple of times, especially during campaign speeches and whatnot. But, you know, I just looked at it as, you know, him trying to get down to the, you know, speaking the blue-collar language of the common man and woman out there. Yeah, I don't appreciate it so much. But, I mean, when these people come up there like that ugly-looking, bearded-faced woman from Michigan, we're going to impeach that MFer. You know, what? And they allow that as acceptable language? You know, or just F this, F that, FT, FT. And yeah, it's the epitome of a low IQ person. that just continuously does that to draw attention to themselves. Well, with that said, I'm going to let you go. Oh, well, one more. Did you hear about I don't know if it's true. And I know a lot of things on Facebook you can't believe.
Correct.
But apparently one of the stories was of this black lady that went back to Africa. I think it was South Africa, thinking it was going to be great. She was going to open up her business and she was going to just make the world a better place down there. But she didn't want to be up here anymore in the U.S. And now she's griping and complaining about the robberies, the smell, the barnyard animals, the trash, the inconsistencies with the electricity, the water. You know, and she says, well, if you don't pay your bill, they just turn you off. Where in the States, they gave you a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the States that you're in anymore.
Yeah.
This is what you chose. Now she wants to come back. It's
I would not doubt it one bit.
I don't know what to tell you.
The grass is always greener. Isn't that what they say? Yeah. Go to another country. There's many other countries you could go to and just for a visit, and you will realize just how grateful you should be for having the privilege of living in the United States of America. I mean, even go to some of these. When you go to these tropical paradise islands, when we take our cruises, pretty much, all these islands, it's a beautiful paradise right there along the beach in the tourist areas, but they're all, for the most part, very impoverished and, lacking greatly for many of the basic necessities that we all just take advantage of in this country. That is so true. All right, I did have a couple of industry headlines here. Yeah, tragic accident that occurred this past weekend. It was a dump truck driver that apparently ran a stop sign, ultimately killing a crew of linemen for Duke Energy this past week. Word comes down that this driver did not even have a valid CDL. It was a crew of linemen working as contractors for Duke. According to My Fox 8, the dump truck was a City of Eden vehicle driven by 66-year-old Michael Ray Vernon. Investigators believe the dump truck ran a stop sign before crashing into the crew of linemen. 4 of the 6 people hit died in the incident. They had been identified as 71-year-old Douglas Sides, 35-year-old William Evans, 32-year-old Madison Carter, and 30-year-old Matthew Lockwood. 2 hit in the incident were airlifted with serious life-threatening injuries. 1 person in the bucket truck was taken to a nearby hospital. Vernon met investigators at the magistrate's office this week, where he's now been officially charged with 1 count of failing to stop for a stop sign, 1 count of operating a commercial vehicle without a valid CDL, 4 misdemeanor counts of death by motor vehicle. Not sure exactly how much time he's going to be facing, but being held on a $50,000 unsecured bond at this point in time. But how things can change literally in the blink of an eye. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, let me see here. I got an email from the dingbat who's actually, hanging out. She wants me to share that, as Heatwave just mentioned, just because you see it on the internet doesn't mean it's necessarily true. This apparently is one of those items that surface every 6 months, every year, and it goes back several years, which is the claim that National Guard troops being sent to Memphis, I guess April of last year, right about this time a year ago, there was a post claiming troops were being sent to a major city in Tennessee. Memphis, so bad the National Guard's on the way. Which was a false claim. A spokesperson for the mayor said the National Guard has not received any sort of request for help in the city. The spokesperson for the mayor's office says the claim in the Facebook post is false. The National Guard had not received any request to send troops into the city. While the Tennessee National Guard is always ready to respond and help the community we serve, there's not been any request for support at this time. Unclear if any specific event was referenced in the post that contained no context or explanation. Obviously, they say sending National Guard into any U.S. city would generate a lot of coverage from true, legitimate media outlets. No such reporting on the topic. Let me see here. I guess Tennessee Governor Lee's most recent authorization to deploy troops was May of 2023, when 100 Tennessee National Guard members were actually assigned to the southern border to help secure the southern border there. What else you got there? Morning, Dingbat.
What's going on, Steve-O? How are we doing tonight?
Doing well. Living the dream.
Always a dream. It's not even better.
Right.
But I just want to give a call, give a feedback on what's going on with. I've been hearing. I was listening last night, and I'm sorry I couldn't call in because I work. Loud environment. You know how FedEx is.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to call in because I really don't call about politics or anything like that. I just try to stay with sports or just give a little check-in here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But recently, y'all been talking about the tariffs, and as is me, I work at the Memphis FedEx Express World Hub. Recently, I was transporting pilots, and now I am transporting workers. So I kind of got the tail end of both. What would you say? Both ends of the stories of the workers
and
the pilots. So recently, y'all were talking about the tariffs, and it's just kind of interesting on me. So with all that being said, I've been asking the workers, like, with all this going on, does that mean is their hours are cut? also, the pilots, what does that mean for y'all? Believe it or not, the pilot said that it cuts their flights in half. I mean, the pilot, like, there's certain places that go now, like, you got to get shipped domestically.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting. But also, with all that going on, you know, the workers are getting their hours cut. And, I mean, there's people there that have been there like 20, 25 years who used to work 10 or 13 hours are now back down to 6 to 3 hours a day. It's sad. I mean, if I can send a video, I would, but I can't. I mean, sort time is just cut in half. I mean, sort time used to be at like 9 o'clock, and it's now like 11 o'clock or whatever like that. And it's like over by like 3 o'clock. It's like the 2 hours, the longest hours of your life, just sitting there after everybody went home or the planes have already taken off.
So I'm guessing, in other words, that there's a lot less. I mean, obviously, they said the container ships they are down dramatically. So the amount of products people are ordering has dropped off. I mean, you guys probably did you ship a lot of the like the Chinese, the Shein and the Temus and those things that people would individually order? Did you?
I've seen a lot of those Temu packages on the ramp. I'm like, there goes Temu. Oh, there goes Shein.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly, I've been seeing like medical stuff, like what people need. But it's just sad. I mean, to see like freight's going down because of this. I mean, like I said, to get the story on both ends, it's just like, wow, we're really going through this.
Well, what's the narrative? A little short-term pain for long-term gain. I mean, yes, we know things. I mean, the dock workers, the longshoremen, talking about especially like the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Those Chinese containers, but they front-loaded so much here over the last couple of months. So things, especially in March, would have appeared extremely busy, but that was just front-loading all this merchandise that right now everything's kind of like in a hold mode, if that makes sense. And we're pausing right now.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is promoting an Investing in America event at the White House.
The entire Trump economic agenda is about making it easier to do business in America, to create jobs in America, to hire American workers, and to build your factories here in America, not in China or any other country.
Trump said businesses from around the world have invested over $5 trillion in America. The administration wants to use the Investing in America event to tout Trump's achievements and push back on uncertainty that some investors have over his global tariff policies. A group of churches from Florida to California is suing the Trump administration over its policy change, pushing for the arrest of illegal aliens at places of worship. Rebecca Putman is the pastor of Westminster Presbyterian Church in Gainesville, Florida, and she says the Constitution guarantees the free exercise of religion and the right to assembly.
Allowing immigration enforcement in sensitive locations impedes our ability to fulfill our mission.
The Department of Homeland Security says criminals can no longer hide in America's schools and churches. The U.S. Department of Education has started an investigation into Washington State's gender-inclusive policies.
Both of the measures were advisory votes only, and if passed, would not have been implemented. One proposal would have limited girls' sports participation to biological females only. The other proposal would have created separate athletic programs for boys, girls, and an open division for all students. Both measures needed over 60% member support to pass. I'm Brad Ford.
President Trump says China will probably eat U.S. tariffs.
Trump said China deserves the 145% tariff placed against them. He doesn't believe they will pass along higher prices to U.S. consumers. He also said China has been making $1 trillion in the process. Trump added since he became president, gas is cheaper and grocery prices are lower. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
What do we want? When do we want it? Yeah!
14 Los Angeles County employees have been arrested after a large union protest in downtown L.A.
On Tuesday afternoon, police arrested the protesters who were seated in the middle of 5th Street and refused to get up. The Service Employees International Union Local 721 says over a dozen L.A. County members put their bodies on the line in an act of civil disobedience. About 55,000 members of that union are on strike this week, demanding a new contract with better pay and other benefits. The striking workers include public works employees, public and mental health professionals, social workers, and parks and recreation personnel. I'm Mark Mayfield.
New Jersey is trying to lure Texas doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals with an ad campaign targeting the Lone Star State's strict abortion laws.
If you check out the skyline near big hospitals and medical schools in Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio, you'll see the billboards. They say things like New Jersey, where healthcare providers determine patient care, not politicians. And in New Jersey, your patient's care is prioritized, not compromised. New Jersey is also considering incentives, like help with moving costs and loan forgiveness programs. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 141 points. The S&P 500 rose by 8 points. The Nasdaq fell by 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, moving on as we roll into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. Can you believe it? First day of May, here it is. Good morning to Philip, up and at 'em, checking in from Florida. Hey there, Sylvester on board. Hope all's going well there in the land down under, right? 5-7, waking up, copy the mail, go Navy. Of course, Knucklebuster says, Semper Fi. Go Marines, hoo-ah. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Last night at the end of the show, I thought you was going to need to go back to school and get you a degree in psychology or family counseling one there. But looks like tonight we got just a crybaby channel going on there, right? Well, let's stir the pot a little bit. Hey, Wave, you probably got a coolant leak up there by your EGR valve. They're real bad at doing that, and they'll burn off faster than they'll show up on the ground there. But if you look over on the right side of your motor there, around the EGR valve, you'll see a bunch of antifreeze on the side of your motor there. I had one do that. They had to take it in there 3 times and put new EGR valves on it before they finally got it right there. So, my company trades trucks every 5 years. I get a brand new truck every 5 years. See, that's all they can write it off of their taxes. I'm sure his company is the same way. I don't know. I mean, every company's different out here there. But I do want to say the Eagle. He said he almost fell asleep, Steve. He lying out his boohookie because he did fall asleep. I heard him snoring on there. And if you're scared of Memphis, don't come to Memphis. I'll go anywhere in Memphis time of the day or night. I'll go anywhere into Chicago any time of the day or night. It don't bother me. I just lock the doors and go to bed there, right? I've got my security down pat. So it don't bother me. I was up there in Chicago last week. Went right out there and went to bed in the street. Got up, eased into the parking lot, got unloaded. Went down the road a couple of miles and got a reload and headed on back to Tennessee there, right?
Rolling.
I'm talking about my Tennessee, not the state of Tennessee. But
I got you.
I had to go through the state of Tennessee to get to my Tennessee. Anyway there, so, well, enough of all that. They'll be mad at me now, wanting to hurt me now, right? So, well, they'll get over it there. You know, we've been talking about Willie Nelson the last couple of days there, Steve. You know, he turned 92 years old. He's got a new song out, Still Not Dead.
Well,
can you imagine that?
I reckon truer words have never been spoken, right? That's...
Right. One of the lines is, I woke up still not dead again today. The internet said I had passed away. you can't believe anything you read on the internet, especially not TikTok, Facebook, any of that junk. All right. So, well, Steve, have you ever been or thought about going to the town of Pecker's Cutoff with a population of 2?
Never heard of it.
Well, it's a wee town on the way out of Falcock, Scotland, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'd put that on my bucket list. I'll go over there one day. Well, not to be outdone, the USA has intercourse, bird in hand, and blue balls, Pennsylvania, and we got to get Ohio in there too. Pussy Creek, Ohio. Where's that at, Steve? I don't even know where that is.
I'm not familiar with that one. I've heard of most of the others. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they got one over in Austria too. There, it's an effing word. I won't say that on the air. So
okay, thank you.
So anyway, that's all my bull on it for this go around. Hey, the best thing for you to do is go home and just stay there because you sound like you scared to go anywhere. So that's all my bull on it for this go around, Steve.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show them what a truck driver looks like tonight.
Stir it up there, Knucklebuster. Do you stir it up? All right. Let's see. Kentucky State Police. Yeah, this was pretty close to home this past day. Yeah, police troopers investigating a fatal officer-involved shooting that occurred at the Amazon facility in Florence, Kentucky, out there near the CVG airport about 7 o'clock this past morning. Incident began when the Boone County Sheriff's Office and the Florence Police Department responded to a report about a stolen semi-truck. Yeah, police performed a traffic stop on the semi. The occupant of the semi, Ohio resident Michael Simpson, 35 years old, exited the vehicle but did not comply with police commands, which resulted in a physical altercation. Troopers say Simpson brandished a firearm and pointed it toward his own head and then began walking towards the industrial park where the Amazon facility is located. State police said at one point during the incident, 2 deputies fired their agency-issued weapons. Simpson was transported to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. It's kind of sounds maybe more like, was it suicide by cop? Like he was going to take his own life anyway, maybe, but I'm sure the investigation is ongoing there. But Glenn Beck. Been a fan of Glenn Beck for many, many years. Glenn had the opportunity, and he shared this much of last week in D.C., where he actually had an opportunity for a sit-down interview with President Trump. A remarkable interview, he said, but what happened off the air left an even deeper impression on me, he says. Now, I had interviewed the president before, but this trip was different. It marked my first visit to the White House during his second term. Washington moves at a dizzying pace, and nothing replaces being on the ground, speaking directly with the people that are pulling the levers to grasp the full scale of what the Trump administration is achieving. Behind all the headlines and the controversy, a man is walking those halls who still can't believe he gets to do so. After our interview, the president invited my wife, Tania, and me to the Oval Office. To my surprise, he actually left us alone there for about 5 whole minutes. No one gets left alone in the Oval Office, right? Yeah, I kind of joked that we should look for that little hidden puzzle piece from the National Archives, but in all seriousness, we were sitting next to the original Declaration of Independence. It was surreal. Like stepping into a sacred space of American history. When he returned, the president smiled and said, nobody sits in here without me or someone else. But I knew you'd want to look around. I figured you'd be more comfortable by yourself. That alone speaks volumes about how the president sees these moments, not as power trips, but as opportunities to share America's history. We talked about Abraham Lincoln, and when I told him I'd never been to the Lincoln bedroom, he said, you want to go? He was already being summoned to a meeting with the National Security Council, but he turned to his aides and he said, let him wait, I'm taking him upstairs. And he did. He didn't just take us upstairs, he took us on a full tour, room by room, through the White House. Every hallway, every portrait, every inch, everything had meaning. But when we finally reached the Lincoln bedroom, I was blown away. It's not just a room, it's a time capsule. Lincoln's original writing desk is there, along with one of only 4 handwritten copies of the Gettysburg Address. 2 of those copies include the phrase, "This nation under God." Yeah, one of those was in that room, standing there next to the Lincoln bed, slept in, the bed he slept in, the words that he wrote during America's darkest days. I felt something spiritual, something sacred. As we were leaving, I said, yeah, I know you're Donald J. Trump. And before I could finish, he looked at me and he said, every day. He knew what I was going to ask. He said, every day, Glenn, when I wake up, I say, I can't believe I'm in this house. Say what you will about the man, but that is humility. That's reverence for the office. It's a side of him the media will never show you. But what an experience that would be, to actually get to take a tour with the president himself and giving you some extra time. So I thought that was pretty inspiring coming from Glenn back there. All right, back to the calls right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, 19 past the hour, back to the phones as promised. See what's going on with Hillbilly. Morning, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. Well, that must have been a heck of a tour that Glenn back took. I would love to go see that Lincoln bedroom.
Right.
I mean, my Lord. That what Eagle was saying about the truck stops with the parking and paying to park and paying to get on the lot. I mean, all your major truck stops, TAs, pilots, Petros, you name them. I mean, they all have it now. $15, $20 for a parking spot. I mean, that's been going on for 10 years now. Most of your parking lots, if they got a guard check, if you show them the receipt where you bought $50 worth of fuel or so much out of the store or the restaurant, they usually let you park for free. At least the ones I've been to. I don't know if they still are or not. But, I mean, it's not just Chicago. And he wants to talk about Walmart's having a towing company coming in there. Why don't you go in there between 6 and 9 o'clock there with Eagle Air and look at the parking lot and all the trash bags and pee bottles that truckers leave in the parking lot that they got to pick up. I mean, would you want to have to pick that up, have your employees pick that up? I mean, honest to God, truck drivers are our own worst enemy. Stuff like that. If you know what I'm saying, Steve.
And that's been going on for many, many years. I mean, hell, 20 years ago, we had Yoda and some of the others talking about you lead by example and cleaning up your mess, right?
Exactly. I mean, but it's just getting worse down to Indians. I mean, there's a family that bought the BP in my little town there, and you can go in there any time of the day, and it's one of the cleanest places you'll ever see. So, I mean, I say there's some that are dirty, and there's some that are pristine, clean.
Right,
if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not just all of them put together. It's just like, how much do they care, I guess. But, oh, well, I just been... as for me, I just been going up down the highway there, keeping the shelves filled for Kroger's. Trying to keep everybody fed.
That's a good thing, right? I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I must have missed it because I didn't start listening after 1 o'clock. What were they saying about the electric bills going up?
That's kind of like the summertime forecast. It's going to be a hot summer, and we're going to be running the AC and the fans, trying to stay cool. So get ready for utility bills to be higher.
You know, I've always said, well, during the day I've always ran the AC in the house, but at night we always open up the windows and put the fans in, unless it's raining. Keeps it nice, keeps it cool for us like that in the country, but I know everybody can't do that, like especially if they live in the city or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. Steve, I'm gonna let you go. Let someone else jump on here. You have a good night, good show.
All right, appreciate you checking in. It's been a while there, Hillbilly. I guess about a couple of weeks, I guess. All right, International Motors issuing a recall affecting thousands of trucks after discovering an issue with the windshield wipers. According to the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration, International recalling nearly 15,000 model year 2025 and 26 HV, HX, LT, MV, and RH trucks. The linkage that connects the right side wiper arm to the motor may separate. Windshield wipers on affected trucks may fail. And if you're in the rain, that's not a good thing, right? Reduced visibility, increased risk of a crash. International first discovered the issue at their Escobedo, Mexico assembly plant back in late January. A pre-delivery inspection identified a truck with a right side wiper linkage separation from the motor. A warranty search found 2 claims related to the defect that were filed before vehicle delivery. Further investigation with the wiper manufacturer Trico found non-conforming linkage sockets. Trico is credited with inventing the windshield wiper in 1917. The wiper manufacturer thought they corrected the error in late March, only to discover the issue was ongoing. A final remedy was found here in early April, and they declared the safety recall on April 17. So authorized dealers will replace the complete wiper module for free. Notification letters to owners of international trucks affected will be sent out in June 23rd, according to the report there. Let's jump on down with Philip in Florida. Good morning.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Another day. It's Friday Eve. Doing good.
Yeah, it's Friday Eve. Yep, it is. It's doing good. Hey, Steve, we got a new NASA administrator. Did you hear about that one?
I don't believe I have. No, because I mean, we had what's his name that stepped down right here a few weeks ago, or was he let go?
I don't know if he was let go or stepped down, but Mr. Eisenman, he's the new administrator. They confirmed him yesterday, and Steve, I don't keep up with the politics as much as y'all do, and I don't watch a lot of these confirmation hearings and stuff, but now I see why a lot of these guys on here talk about these different senators and some of their disgust with what's going on up there, because I tell you what, those folks just can't speak publicly anymore. I watched this confirmation hearing, and it was like pulling nails across the chalkboard. I'm going to call a lot of people by Mr. and Mrs. because I don't know their names. I don't keep up with the politics as much as, and to be quite honest, I'm probably one of the most average people out here that's just watching this stuff on TV. And you ever heard of a lady named Mrs. Cantwell?
Yes.
I believe she's from Washington. My God, that woman is brutal, man. She is brutal in the way she speaks. If people look at them like I saw them yesterday, in their body language and the way they present themselves, it's like, dude, man, it's almost sick. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I know they have a lot on their plate, but it makes you sick when you see them. Even Mr. Cruz, he was looking a lot down at his book. I know you have your notes there that you read. You got to read the notes. I get that. I understand why they're doing what they're doing, but at least make some kind of daggone eye contact with the people that are sitting around you, or nonetheless the cameras. I mean, when these guys are running for office, they make eye contact all the time with that camera and bash whoever. But it's like, dude, man, when you're in a public office and you're paid to do a job, act professional. Gee whiz, man. I mean, lady sitting beside Miss Cantwell, I can't think of what her name was, but she was on her phone the whole time and just looking at her phone. And who is this guy, Mr. Markey? Do you know who he is, Steve?
That's not ringing a bell.
I'm not sure where he's a senator from, but this gentleman, you can tell he's a career politician. But he was just looking down the whole time and reading his notes, and he was just reading verbatim, and Mr. Eiserman was trying to answer his question, and he just kept going on and on with his reading. He didn't even want to acknowledge that Mr. Eiserman was trying to talk to him. It was crazy. It's crazy. So, you're right on it, Steve. You want me to hold over?
Absolutely, yeah. I was just looking at the clock there. So, yeah, you got your clock set like mine, right? It's 29 past the hour. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New reports have the U.S. economy heading into uncertain waters this summer.
We've been ripped off by every country practically in the world.
The GDP, which is the sum of the value of goods and services produced, fell 0.3% over last year. Growth had originally been predicted by economists, but outlooks were revised to negative thanks to reactions to President Trump's global tariffs. Karen Reed will be back in court tomorrow as she stands accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, by hitting him with a car. Yesterday, the defense grilled Jennifer McCabe, a family friend of O'Keefe, who was with Reed when the body was found.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Reed's defense team claims she's the victim of a cover-up and being framed for the murder of O'Keefe. McCabe's testimony will continue on Friday. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. I'm not sure what else Philip had on mind, but I wanted to ask him about the after the call yesterday morning. I mentioned Amazon doing this whole constellation of satellites. Elon Musk has the Starlink with, if memory serves, they said he's already got like 7,200 satellites up there and growing with each passing day. Yeah, why would Amazon pursue something pretty much? Is it identical, or is it going to be different, or is it just like having two different cable providers to compete with one another? Do you know?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. The way you were describing it yesterday, and I checked into it just a little bit, Jeff Bezos is going to get away from using wire to transmit a signal from one part of the country to the other. They're trying to get away from that, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to interwove the satellites more into communication. Communication can be more than just, talking on a phone. It can be anything, but it can be the internet, whatever. But what's going to essentially happen is the amount of communication is going to be better than what's going through wire. So, your landline, Steve, when you call somebody on your landline, it goes to different ways, and sometimes it's not really gone through the satellite as much. Now it's going to be going through the satellite all the time. It's going to be going through there quicker. And guess what it's going to do? It's going to eliminate all this mess of having to run wire everywhere and all this other stuff.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Okay.
It's the same thing that Elon Musk is trying to do with the cell phones. Trying to make it where your cell phone hooks up to a satellite instead of hooking up to a cell tower. If that makes sense. It's the same thing with what Jeff Bezos is doing, except he's doing it with landline coverage. Okay? Instead of it going and getting the signal and transporting it across the wire that's going across the United States, it's going to go to a part that's going to go up to a satellite and then come back down and come to another part that's going to take it to another landline. And even if that landline is being utilized for internet or it's being utilized for your communication, you need to talk to somebody on the overnight drive radio.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's essentially what it is. They're trying to cut out all this wire that everything goes through. It's crazy. I mean, we're still in an archaic time as far as communication goes. It's not all there. Everybody thinks it is, but it's not all there. The thing that I hate about it, and I know you probably do, Steve, because you've worked in radio and whatnot. You probably hate digital stuff. Do you hate digital stuff, Steve?
You are correct. I don't have the greatest fondness for it.
Okay, I'm a musician. I play electric instruments. Okay, I literally hate digital stuff. Okay, even though I utilize it sometimes for my music, but I hate it because of the way the signals are. Steve, I hate it that every time in the morning when I call you, I have to wait to hear you say, "Oh, I'm doing great." You know what I mean? I hate that, and it's the digital thing. And I know a lot of people get probably upset with me when I first call you, and I say, "Hey, how you doing?" And then you don't hear me for a second there, and it's because it's the digital thing. What he's trying to do is he's trying to make it to where there's none of that pause. So like it's coming back more into real time, and I don't have to keep talking. And that's what happens a lot on these phone calls is people just keep talking is because they don't hear it, and it's that digital thing going on.
That is correct.
It's that delay.
I've got that one. It's almost
signal.
It's like a 1.5, almost 2 second, and I think it's because my internet connection is connecting with I think it's California, but this radio.co phone system is based out of the UK somewhere. So I'm guessing we're having to bounce back and forth from one side of the world to the other when we're trying to talk.
All right, think about this. Think about how many thousands and thousands of feet of wire that your signal is having to go through, nonetheless go through a satellite as well. In some applications, it is going through a satellite. Your internet is.
Yep.
To get that, what I'm saying right now to you, and then what you're saying, what's going on with your show, to us listeners out here that are listening to it on the app or in Facebook or wherever. You know what I mean? And that's what Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are trying to do. They're trying to make it to where it's faster and it's more real time. It's like, say if I went over to your house and we were having a conversation, And they want to make it like that, where we can sit down and have a conversation, and there is none of this daggum delay crap.
Yeah.
There isn't no background noises. I mean, we go through it all the time at Disney. I mean, I've been going through it for many years down there because we use radios for our trains. We have to use radios to communicate with each other, even though our system has got all kinds of autonomous things going on and all this other stuff. We still have to communicate on the radio. And our radios are digitized, and I hate it. It is a pain in the butt. The volume goes up and down. How many times, Steve, do you play with the volume there on that rig you got? Do you play with the volume on it a lot?
With every caller. Every caller. Every single caller I have to adjust differently, yes.
All right, now I'm going to get a little technical here. I know Steve will know what I'm talking about, but some of y'all folks out there don't know the back deal with mixing stuff. But Steve, do you have a gain on that, where you can set the gain on it?
It does indeed, yes, sir.
Okay, so gain essentially is another volume. Okay, and it does minute changes, whereas you have a main volume set that changes the volume majorly. When you adjust that gain, that takes out the distortion in what you're hearing. So it changes the volume just a little bit to where the person is clear and they're speaking. If you have to ride the volume or the gain when you're mixing something, I don't care if you're in a concert or you're radio or whatever, that's a sign of poor quality of signal, and it's a pain in the butt. It is a royal pain in the tuchus. And so, guys, I'm going to give you a little insight. So next time you look at that video and you see Steve down there with that right hand, he's looking at the computer, and then you see that right hand going over to that unit.
Right.
That's that right hand is what's adjusting all that stuff, and that's also the thing that's clicking in your call or not. So, sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to out you here on your secrets there in the bunker.
That's what we're doing.
It's something that a lot of people don't pay attention to that when they call you. They don't. I mean, I do, because like I say, I'm a musician. I've been mixing sound for years. I've done it many times. I've mixed for bands, and I've also mixed while I've played music. They're trying to make it better for us out here. That's all this stuff is about. They're just trying to make it better. But as far as the situation with Memphis and Chicago and all that, I'm with Knucklebuster. If you're scared to go somewhere, don't go there. If you think you're going to get your truck towed, don't go there. And be advised, they were hanging tea bags on fences in Chicago in the 90s, so it is what it is. So, y'all have a good day, Steve. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you very much. Philip, have a great morning there. Off to work we go. All right, I heard it in the news this past day or day before, was it, where I think it was Kentucky trying to ask for yet another extension of this whole Real ID Act thing. We have had literally years that this has been worked in, and the deadline is almost here. I guess 1 week from today, May 7, is the deadline to have your Real ID. After which, if you don't have one, you may not be able to board flights here in the United States. Now, one travel expert at the National Consumers League, a consumer advocacy group, said that there are some workarounds people can use if one does not have a Real ID card, which is an optional upgraded driver's license or a state identification card issued by a state driver's licensing agency that's marked with the star. This is, in the state of Ohio. I think I've had my second license now with the star on it, so it's been at least five years or something. And this is acceptable, like for air travel and whatnot. It's a little more difficult to obtain because you have to go in with a handful of varying documents to prove who you are and where you live. Now, he said most people already have the ability to travel. whether they have a real ID or not. This is because there's other forms of identification you can use, like a valid passport, a passport card, a permanent resident card, or certain Department of Homeland Security trusted traveler cards. If you don't have a real ID by the deadline, according to the Transportation Security Administration data, 19% of travelers do not yet have a real ID compliant type of identification. So that's nearly 1 in 5, right? TSA said that flyers without an acceptable form of ID can expect to face delays, additional screening, and the possibility of not being permitted into the security checkpoint. Even those who have a real ID or other acceptable ID are likely to face delays in airport security lines as this enforcement gets underway next week. Now, the TSA's full list of acceptable alternatives for flyers includes state-issued and enhanced driver's license, as we said, a U.S. passport, a U.S. passport card, Department of Homeland Security issued trusted traveler cards. I guess they've got Global Entry, Nexus, Sentry, the Fast Card, all on the list. Also, a U.S. Department of Defense ID, including IDs issued to dependents and permanent resident cards. All I know is Kentucky was asking for more time because they're talking about the airports, whether it's Covington, Louisville, Lexington, wherever it might be. They're afraid they're going to face some big-time security checkpoint delays with the sheer number of people that don't have the real ID.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, good morning to Dennis. Yeah, I heard me share that little piece from Glenn Beck a little bit ago. He said, I didn't even know Glenn Beck still existed after Fox gave him the axe. Who's he with now? Glenn has essentially his own whole channel, The Blaze. And they've got like The Blaze TV. He's got a number of various hosts that all work for him via The Blaze, their own whole network. So check it out, The Blaze, B-L-A-Z-E, theblaze.com, I believe it is. Hello to Fred. Morning, Steve. 70 degrees. Good thunderstorm banging down on us here in central Louisiana this morning. There's old Cripshot checking in. Morning, Steve and the crew. Cripshot checking in from Sin City, Newport, Kentucky. Always loved the show. And good morning to Mary Ann, Pappy, all the truckers out there. I'm going to sit back and eat me some White Castles. Listen till 5 a.m. Eastern Time. There you go. That sounds like a winner to me, brother. White Castle would go down good right about now. And, of course, you might have to see me sliding out the door. You get it. Hello, Daniel, checking in from, is it Brodus, Montana? 38 degrees out here. Feels like wintertime again. All right. Let's see. I'm to the point that I'm so sick and tired of Real ID, the TWIC card, all the other hoops they want us to jump through. When you look at our Congress people like AOC, or name any other liberal congressman, why should I have to jump through hoops when you got complete idiots serving in the Congress? Okay, you make a valid point there, Daniel. Yeah, and Dennis also said, I thought, or was it Fred? I thought the CDL was supposed to be our real ID. Well, it is an ID, but yeah, you've got, especially when you're going on, like, what is it, for military bases and ports and various things. If you're driving a truck, CDL doesn't cut it. You've got to get, is it the FAST card or the TWIC card? All these, yes, enhanced identifications, which, there's a number of them out there. But let me jump over to Brain Dead here on a Friday Eve. Good morning.
Oh, morning. But, well. Steve, I was going to talk some sports, and I will here in a minute, because I've got a breaking hockey story for you, because I know I tried to call Brother Rambler about it earlier, and I think he was probably busy doing a few things, if you know what I'm saying, taking care of some business. But still, I heard our little fine feathered friend Eagle call in and decide to bash me. Now, Steve, this is the thing. If you're going to bash somebody, we all have names. Like, I don't know, the guy from New Mexico is Heat Wave, and the guy from Florida, that's Phillip. So obviously we've learned 2 names out of this instead of the guy from Memphis. Now, Eagle, I don't get it. I mean, maybe you could help me out here. Because last night, like Steve said, I agreed with you. Mm-hmm. But then tonight you call in, and all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. I guess, obviously, I know more about this city than you ever thought about. You see, Eagle, just because you play on YouTube and TikTok and you watch all these, you can claim to be anything. Heck, I could claim to be a ballerina. But last time I checked, I can't even dance with 1 foot, let alone 2. That does not make me a ballerina. But you sit here and claim you lived here 25 years, my friend. I lived here twice that. Almost twice that. Dingbat's been here almost 40. And, I can't forget about our knucklebuster friend who's been here over 60. I don't know how old he is, and that's irrelevant. So we obviously know a hell of a lot more than you ever dreamed about. So do the world a favor. Okay, take a note here. Get out that piece of paper and a pencil. They have invented that crap. Okay, because obviously you don't know how to take notes. All right, get off of Facebook, get off of Twitter, get off of TikTok, and even YouTube, and get your fan club to stop doing your own fact checking. Do your own. There is a website called Google. That dingbat went and found that story in about 3 seconds about the National Guard. Now, Steve, I will say this, though. The Tyree Nichols trial is proceeding, and if these officers do get off, I will agree they will be rioting in the streets. But that's a hypothetical, not a fact, because I deal with facts. Everything I tell you on this show, I could tell you the exact news source where I got it from. Exact news source. Not the Babylon Bee, not some sectarial website, not something from 2 years ago that I think is still relevant. Because Eagle, the last time I checked, like Steve said, the story was from 2024. And you're just now finding out about it? Oh, my God! What are we going to do next? Find stuff from January that President Trump has finally been sworn into office? Come on, Eagle. Do the world a favor. Please, wake up and go back to sleep. So, anyway, Steve, I got some sports stuff for you today. Are you ready to get started?
All right. What do we got?
All righty. So, I forgot to bring this up to you over the weekend, but did you see where the Capitals and the Canadian hockey teams both got into a fight?
I'm not. Is that the video I was asking you about maybe last week? Or is that something else?
No, they literally. When I saw this, I'm like, wait a minute. Am I watching an episode of Jerry Springer, or is this a hockey game? Because both benches, thanks, Eskimo Mom, both benches were brawling. They were in each other. And I'm like, oh, my God, is this Jerry Springer here going on? But now the big breaking news here. So, Rambler, if you can, turn it up for a minute. Do you remember the hockey player that died, had his throat slashed? Remember this?
Yeah, by the skate. Yeah, that was horrible. Back. Yeah.
Well, the guy, Matt Petgrove, will not face manslaughter charges for Adam Johnson's death. Now, the prosecutors claim it was a freak accident, and I see where it's coming from. Hockey's a dangerous sport anyway. Mm-hmm. I think of one other player that has died from this. I'm going to have to do a little more digging on that, Google that people don't know that Eagle don't know how to use. So, but now, one thing that I did find interesting, now I'm going to flip to football here real quick, because I know you're coming up on a break. You know who John Elway is?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm looking at this story here that just broke yesterday. His business partner, Jeff Spurbeck, he fell off a golf cart while being driven by John Elway playing golf. There is no full-on there's not been an autopsy report been released yet. And there no indication that Elway was driving erratically.
So like maybe he had a heart attack and fell out or something. Okay. All right, so yeah, we'll pick up there when we come back right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250. $20 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 House Democrats are seeking removal from a resolution to impeach President Trump.
Congressman Kwesi Mfume and Jerry Nadler, as well as Congresswoman Robin Kelly, initially signed on as co-sponsors of Congressman Sri Tanadar's resolution, but the trio went to the House floor on Tuesday asking for their names to be taken off the legislation. It's a move that may signal many in the party currently don't want to go down the path of trying to remove the president from office. Spokespeople for Kelly and Mfume say the lawmakers initially signed on to the effort because they assumed it had been reviewed by leadership, but changed their plans after learning it was not. Now, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky remains as the only co-sponsor of the resolution. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Supreme Court is considering what could be the nation's first taxpayer-funded religious public charter school.
The High Court heard arguments Wednesday as Oklahoma's St. Isidore of Seville Catholic Virtual School is seeking to join the state's charter school program. The school is opposed by the state's Republican Attorney General as well as public and charter school advocates who argue this would threaten the separation of church and state by allowing taxpayer money to go towards religious education. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the school, it could allow other religious schools to apply for public funding as well. I'm Brian Shook.
The U.S. is prosecuting illegals who enter the country through a newly created military zone, which is along the southern border of New Mexico.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recorded a video in the zone last week and called it a national defense area.
This may as well be a military base inside the United States of America. Newly announced, newly formed.
Court filings submitted Monday showed the Department of Justice charged at least 28 people with violations of security regulations for entering the zone. The charge is a misdemeanor, but could result in a year behind bars. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
In over 230 U.S. cities, including 113 in California, $1 million is only enough for a basic starter home.
The average price for a starter home has risen significantly. The most recent figure for California is compared to just 85 cities 5 years ago. Nationally, the average starter home costs just over $192,000. California leads with the highest number of cities where $1 million is typical for a starter home, followed by New York with 32 cities, New Jersey with 20 cities, and Florida at 11 cities. I'm Dina Kodiak.
JetBlue is canceling its new route between Long Island and Boston.
The inaugural flight from MacArthur Airport to Boston was scheduled for Thursday morning. JetBlue had high hopes for the route, with the airline announcing in January it would offer daily nonstop seasonal service from May through October. But JetBlue pulled the plug Tuesday, saying bookings didn't meet expectations. An airline spokesman says affected customers will get the option of a refund or can fly for from JFK Airport to Boston, I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Starbucks has opened a new type of store in South Texas.
The company opened its first 3D printed store in Brownsville on Monday. A large 3D printing machine made panels for the store's outer shell using a concrete-like material. Windows, doors, and a porch were then built to complete the concept. The store takes up about 1,400 square feet and has no indoor seating, focusing on mobile order pickups and drive-through customers. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I see a video that Senor Heatwave had shared on the Overnight Drive fan page yesterday. That is bizarre. It's one of those things like if you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it. So you got some guys out getting video of alligators like out in the swamp. And one of them's got a drone. Yeah, one of those little drones like a personal. And he's got it hovering over the alligator, and the alligator kind of was able to come out of the water and snag it out of the air. And then he gets a big surprise as the alligator chomping down on the drone punctures the battery. Now, obviously, the battery went into what do they call it? Thermal runaway in the alligator's mouth. It kind of explodes in his mouth. It almost looks like he's unable to regurgitate it or get it out. I mean, I wonder what the outcome of that was. Probably not good for the alligator, I would have to guess. Ouch. All right, Brain Dead, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I forgot to ask you this. Did you get the story that I sent you earlier about the tabernacle that burned down here in Memphis a couple days ago? Did you happen to see that?
That's not ringing a bell.
Let me go back and resend that to you. But anyway, let me go back to what we were talking about with the draft. Now, the Browns are very quarterback heavy, like we said.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson is out the end. Now, the reason he was so late drafted is because they were focusing on their front lines, and their running backs. And Sanders last available option because Gabriel was picked in the third round because no quarterback or running back went in the fourth round. Actually, no quarterback in the fourth round. But the Gabriel was the fourth pick. Now, what these guys are looking at is their combine score. 75. But the guy 79. But the athleticism what killed Sanders. And I imagine the attitude didn't help matters because Shiloh, remember Shiloh was also, he was signed as a free agent to the Bucs. Now, there's going to be a key date you need to pay attention to. It's August 26th.
Hey, Brain Down, I don't know if you had moved to a different locale or I thought it was pretty much stationary at the home 20 there. But yeah, something happened to our signal there. You were going away. Maybe he can bring us back up. I didn't ban him. Hello, Lynn. What's going on?
Oh, nothing too much. I was just going to share with you a little bit of what I knew about this whole telecom thing. We had a office that was in Belgium, and if we did a conference call with a couple of people out of the States to Belgium, we'd have that same delay that we have when we're talking to you.
Yep, 1.5, 2 second delay. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, and the thing I don't quite understand about how this satellite stuff works is there's a finite amount of bandwidth that is in the airwaves. That's one of the things they did when they changed everything to digital TV, is they actually narrowed the bandwidth that they were using to open up some bandwidth, and they were opening up for this 5G. But there's still, there's only so much bandwidth that's there in the airways. I mean, you can only transmit so much. They keep compressing it and stuff. But that's the thing. I don't quite understand how they can make that work. Back in the day, early days of the internet, we had a satellite internet connection, and it was just latent as hell. It took forever to get anything to come down on it. And then everything kind of went to fiber optic, and these lines, if you trace a route when you're talking to somebody and are communicating with something in Europe, it usually goes to one of two places. It either goes to New York City and goes across the fiber optic line across to the UK, or it goes somewhere down, I think, in the Carolinas, and there's one that goes across there. And I think there's probably thousands of fibers in those cables.
Right.
But the thing is, I think what Starlink, how many units did you say Starlink had in the sky now?
Yesterday's report said he's got like 7,200 up there now.
Yeah, and I think that's, they communicate back to Earth with a certain radio frequency, and I'll bet you they communicate with each other with a different, they don't have to deal with the atmosphere so much where they're at communicating between each other. And then they jump across from one satellite to another, directly to another, and then straight down to the closest route to wherever the data's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like Google and everything's building these data centers all over. They're spacing them out across the United States so that you don't have to go all the way to the, when you're streaming something, so it doesn't have to come from one spot. It'll come from the closest physical spot so that, you don't chew up so much bandwidth nationwide.
Gotcha.
But the thing I just don't quite understand is the bandwidth of how we're not going to run out of, radio bandwidth. You've only got so much. I'm sure they'll figure out a way and probably give us all cancer in the process.
It's hard to imagine, how many devices at any given, how many million, phones, computers are all active at the same time and actually running at a pretty darn fast speed. It's almost unimaginable.
Yeah, the bandwidth of with everybody getting, 100 megabit internet connections now. The bandwidth that they've got to have on the backbone of that.
Yep.
It's got to be tremendous. But they are doing a lot with what they call content distribution networks, and basically, like if you're viewing something off YouTube, it's spread out to those places that are closer to the endpoints, and then they're also doing multicasting, where if I'm listening to your thing over YouTube, it's actually put in this multicast, and then I join this multicast, and this multicast, and this just sent across the internet, one time, and then this dropped off of the appropriate routes to go to all the people that are listening to it. Some techno stuff. Anyway,
it is fascinating.
I'm working on my 6-liter diesel, trying to figure out why it is blowing the ignition fuse, which makes the blinker not work. But it'll start and run, and everything else works, but my blinkers don't work, and I've traced it down to this ignition fuse and looked it up on Google, and now I'm tearing the dash apart and trying to find the problem.
Oh, boy.
That's exactly right.
Sounds like a fun job tearing into the dash. I mean, you ever notice when you tear into it, it seems like you can never get it back the way it was when you started?
Oh, I've got one. I got a faceplate that goes over the speedometer and everything that's got a nice crack in it, and it's off of a lariat pickup, so I doubt I'll be able to find one of them cheap. Anyway, I love your show. Good to listen to you.
Hey, Lynn, thanks for checking in. Great to hear from you. Good luck tracing down your issue there. Hey, it looks like, guys, we're talking about Starlink. I guess just the last day or two, they say SpaceX is bringing their free Starlink dish offer here to the United States, but only in select states, apparently. Yeah, the company updated their Starlink.com to offer the deal for customers looking to subscribe to the Starlink residential plan. Their dishes typically cost $349, but this deal brings that down to $0 as long as the customer commits to a 1-year contract with the plan that's usually $120 a month. I mean, in the big scheme of things, $120 a month is pretty darn expensive in my mind for just internet service. But now the discount not available to every U.S. company. A support document shows it's only being offered in states where SpaceX appears to have excess network capacity for their satellite internet service. Elsewhere in the U.S., including several major cities, their residential plan is kind of wait-listed. Our customers need to pay what they call a congestion charge to join. Still, this is the lowest price to date for Starlink in the U.S. The company started offering the $0 Starlink kit deal in Italy and Australia earlier this month before it expanded to Canada. Canada, where Starlink faces boycotts amid the trade war with the U.S. It looks like the free dish offer is also live in the U.K. right now. But via X, Elon Musk added Starlink is trying out a service plan commitment in exchange for $0 down in some markets. We'll see how it goes. He's offered various discounts to drive domestic growth, including an $80 per month plan called Residential Lite. But that, too, is only available in certain states. If you buy the $0 down Starlink kit deal, SpaceX says you're required to use the Starlink dish at a single service address through a residential plan. So like no business service. And if you change your service address, cancel the plan, or try to transfer the dish to another user, they can demand the full hardware fee, which again right now, $349.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and feeds the engine optimal pressure. Every bit of
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Back at it here as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. What's going on, Pappy?
I'm printing out tickets, Steve. Tickets are going to go on sale. The fight of the century.
What's the main event?
Get your tickets at theovernightdrive.com. Pre-fight WWE. Flying in on the Black Eagle is Eagle, fighting out of the great state of Texas. And out of Tennessee, we got Brain Dead flying in on a dingbat. WWE, get your tickets free. Overnightdrive.com.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. I venture to say we'll probably hear back from Eagle tonight, Steve. If you ain't sleeping. Oh. Hey, man, you were talking about Glenn Beck. A few weeks ago, Laura Ingraham went to the White House, and he gave Laura that same tour.
Really?
And she was in the Oval Office. Yeah, when she was in the Oval Office, she had her camera crew with her. So when you were narrating Beck's little visit there, I could just picture, from Laura's show, what he was talking about, and it was really amazing, man. The Oval Office, things just got in there. Declaration of Independence, they got to keep it behind a curtain because they do not want no light getting to it, even though it's enclosed. They still don't want no light getting to it. Sensitive, so they pull back the curtain, and there it is. And he had pictures of him and George Washington, Abe Lincoln, I think. But, man, everything in there was solid gold, Steve. It was pretty. I'm sure you might be able to go to YouTube and look up Laura Ingram's Oval Office visit. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
But another thing to say about Glenn Beck is how he was taken back. Steve, listen. Everybody that goes and visits Trump, they come back with a different view of this man. He's not what the media portrays him to be. He's not the Trump that you really see on stage. And I heard Bongino talk about this many, many times, and other people. What's the dude's name that runs the MMA? They got it.
Dana. Is it Dana something or other?
Dana White.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Dana.
Hell, even I think a couple weeks ago, I don't know, Bill Maher, who's not a Trump fan, actually.
Yes, sir.
He had a chance to meet him, and he was taking flack from the left for actually speaking out and saying, "Hey, I was really impressed with the guy."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think I saw a clip where he was saying, "Listen, man, I'm going to say it how it is."
Yep.
The man was very polite. He was, Bill Maher was trying to make some jokes about some things that have happened in the past between the two, and he just laughed it off. I think he had a sheet of paper where he had his staff, Bill Maher had his staff write down all the names that Trump had called Bill Maher in the past. So he had this big list and he had Trump sign it, and Trump did. He signed it for him. So, Steve, everybody's taken back. I mean, the man is something else. Everything I've heard about him behind closed doors. I remember watching The Apprentice, and Steve, there was many, many people that told some stories about him. Like, he's not your average millionaire, billionaire, whatever you want to say. When he was not growing up, I guess a young adult, getting into business with his dad, he would always go down to the construction workers and hang out with them and learn and talk to them and just be there with them and learn, ask questions. What are you doing here? How are you doing this? What are you doing here? And he's always well known for tipping. There was a story one time, there was a waitress. He was somewhere eating dinner, and he happened to hear this conversation about this waitress, and he left. And the next day, he paid the waitress's house off, paid her mortgage off, and just stuff like that.
Yeah.
Anywho, K9's not back, but the Junior's back.
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah, Striker. Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there, man. Steve, let me tell you something about K9s, man. They got some kahunas. I'm not talking about the dogs here. I've been on several tracks with K9s. Number one, your ass better be in shape. Right? I found that out the hard way the first track I went on. Oh, my God. So you better be in shape. And, think of this, Steve. That these guys are going in, right? You get a guy that just robbed a store or whatever at gunpoint. And the officers around set up a perimeter. And where was he last seen? He went into the woods there. Where's the K9? Who's the first dude going into them woods looking for this guy, armed with a gun? The K9 officer. Same way if somebody's armed in a house or something, and you got to make entry. If it's not the SWAT team or something, it's always the K9 going in there first. So you should be proud. I know you are. I don't have to say you should be, because
right.
I know you are proud of
right.
your son. And
yes.
You got every right to be, because it takes a different kind of officer to be a K9 man. So, all right, enough of that said. Hey, we talked a little bit about Canada the other night. I didn't really recognize the guy's name. However, I saw a little video of him giving his little victory speech.
The Carney guy, I believe it is. Yeah, I got to pause. Says time for a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 House Democrats are seeking removal from a resolution to impeach President Trump.
Congressman Kwesi Mfume and Jerry Nadler, as well as Congresswoman Robin Kelly, initially signed on as co-sponsors of Congressman Sri Tanadar's resolution, but the trio went to the House floor on Tuesday asking for their names to be taken off the legislation. It's a move that may signal many in the party currently don't want to go down the path of trying to remove the president from office. Spokespeople for Kelly and Mfume say the lawmakers initially signed on to the effort because they assumed it had been reviewed by leadership, but changed their plans after learning it was not. Now, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky remains as the only co-sponsor of the resolution. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street wrapped up the month of April with stocks mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 141 points. The S&P 500 rose by 8 points. The Nasdaq fell by 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, what's the name? Skibo? Howdy from Duluth, Minnesota. A night nurse on duty. Great to have you with us. Thank you very much. Let me see here. Dennis is talking about all the modern technology. He says, I remember years ago when the internet, cell phones, none of that stuff existed. You had to actually buy a phone card to talk on a landline phone in the booth when you were eating at the truck stop. Yep. Many do not realize just how easy it is nowadays. All right, we left off there. Pappy, we were jumping up to the, I guess, the new Canadian Prime Minister. He was giving his victory speech.
Yes, sir. Real quick. I was talking to some guys on the squad. They had no idea what drop a dime means, Steve. The old phrase, right?
Drop a dime,
yeah. Drop a dime on you.
When it was a dime to make a phone call.
Yes, sir. I had to go in the phone booth on the corner, drop a dime in there. I remember when I went up to a quarter. See, picture being a truck driver, right? Today's day and age, all the technology and everything we got, you just pick up the phone and FaceTime your wife and kids and whatnot. But Steve, picture back in the day, all these guys that are calling in, they've been doing it so long, Steve. They didn't have no daggone phones in the truck, right? They didn't have no GPS, man.
Yep.
It was all pull out the maps. Maybe stop them. Maybe call home the next truck stop, because a long distance phone call, my man, was expensive. You know, man, I can only imagine being like driving around the country like that. No phone in the car. Just think of that. All you youngsters out there driving around not having a phone on your person. Anyway, all right, back to Canada's Mark Carney. Steve, I saw his, I guess, little victory speech, and apparently he didn't campaign this way, but his speech came out. He's talking about leading the world to fight Trump. I think, Steve, Trump might have made a little boo-boo back during that hockey game deal with Canada. Kind of pissed a lot of Canadians off. That's why this guy was supposed to be down in the polls.
Yes.
And supposedly came back, and kind of my understanding too, Steve, I'm like you, dude. They got a parliament up there. I'm not quite sure exactly how their government works, but they got several liberal parties up there. And it sounded like they all pulled their candidate out in support of this Carney guy. And this dude, Steve, is big-time globalist, woke, World Economic Forum guy. Big time. This could be trouble, Steve. see how much control he actually gets of Canada. I mean, dude, this Justin Trudeau, he's in the minor leagues compared to this dude. He had an investment company similar to BlackRock, and he was doing the same thing BlackRock was doing. So he was a big investment company. I can't remember the name of it, but you remember, I don't know, a year or so ago, we were talking about how these investment companies can blackmail these businesses and whatnot to go woke, right? Or they would sell their stock or do things that make their stock go down. And, you know, all these CEOs don't get these big, crazy salaries, man. They make their money on all these stock options. Well, that's what he was doing. He's a big-time wokeist, big-time globalist, and he has connections all around the world. Because he was big-time in with the World Economic Forum with the Klaus Schwab guy. So keep an eye on this dude. Supposedly the conservative movement up in Canada only lost by 2 percentage points. So all hope is not lost up there. But, man, I'm just saying, keep an eye on this dude. I think Trump can come out and say, hey, listen, man, we stand with the Canadian people. It's your stupid people that are in charge, you know, that follow this globalist stuff. I mean, because we've seen what happened up there, man, with them truckers, man, what they did.
Yeah.
You know, man, if that's what they really want, I don't know if they know what they were getting themselves into voting this dude in. We'll see. All right, my man. Really about all I got. I will stay tuned in to see if Brain Dead calls back. We can get round 2 going. And when I get the tickets printed out, I'll put them on your website and let you know. Oh, thanks for taking the call.
All right, Peppy. Sounds like a plan. Hey, yeah, hammer down. Thank you very much. Chris wants to talk a little bit about the satellite thing. Morning, Chris. How's it been going?
Morning, Steve. I'm all right. I was going to say one thing about what Pappy said. That Canadian guy might have too many connections. I just heard they're already investigating him for Chinese influence in the election. And I don't think he has a majority in Parliament. But I don't know a lot about it. Here's the thing about the satellite, Steve. Larry was close. It's got to do with the mechanics of orbit. You know, a satellite is constantly falling to the ground, and it has to move forward faster than it's falling to the ground. So the closer you are to Earth, the faster you have to go. And most communication satellites, there's a ratio way above Earth they call geosynchronous, where the satellite basically follows the Earth around. It stays in the same place.
Yep.
And that's where your delay comes from. That thing is so far out. But that's what I think Hughes had. They've had satellite internet for years. And, you know, everybody said it was terrible because it takes so long for that signal to get out to that satellite and back to the Earth. It's useless. But Musk had this idea that if you put a lot of satellites close to Earth, see, they move past you so fast you can't keep a connection. So he had to have thousands and thousands of them. And like Larry said, they pass from one to the other because they're gone. They're gone over the horizon. They got to relay your message back. That's why he's just introducing it a little bit at a time. Not everybody has coverage. And it's limited coverage, I guess. But that's the deal. He just wanted to do internet. I guess Philip was saying that then Amazon, who's that guy? I forget the guy's name. But yeah, I guess he wanted to do phone system, and then Musk wanted to compete with that. I know he's got T-Mobile. I guess I don't really get the phone thing. I think you have to go to a tower and then beam up to but he claims he's covering spotty service for T-Mobile, but I don't see how you could do it if there wasn't a tower. I mean, your cell phone's not going to hit a satellite that I know of. But that's the reason they're putting so damn many of them. And China's already copying him. But, yeah, they figure if they're close to the ground, they can beam it up and back real quick, but that satellite's gone because it's moving so fast. So that's the story on that.
Well, as far as Elon goes, it's incredible how many satellites he's getting up there. We've been following it for the last few years, but I mean, two or three launches every single week. It's.
Yeah, it really is amazing how much he's putting up, but that's what he's got to do to make his service work. Otherwise, you'll just keep losing your connection, and it bounces from one satellite to the next as they go overhead. But that old geosynchronous, I think Motorola tried that years ago. I remember reading they had 80 satellites. That was around 2000. They were going to either sell them or deorbit them, but they had 80, 90 satellites up there. That was when satellite radio was first coming. But yeah, I don't know that. I guess any kind of satellite like cable or satellite TV, I guess that works off of geosynchronous, but you don't notice the delay because it's a one-way signal. But that's the way it works.
Well, Chris, good to hear from you. Everything else going all right out there?
Yeah, things going okay. Staying local mostly, and yeah, I know some of the places Eagle's talking about. I don't know. I can't find it. There aren't too many truck stops in Chicago. They got little fuel stops with little driveways, but yeah, I know they put one north, and that bugged me. It's like $30 to park there. I think Indians run that, but it's a nice place. But they won't even let you spend the night if you buy fuel.
Mm-hmm.
That's one that, and most of them, if you buy fuel there, they give you free parking for the night. But yeah, a lot of them do try to rob you. All right, Steve.
Hey, great to hear from you, Chris. Have a great morning. And yeah, I mean, we got 100 parking spaces. Yeah, if you spend $400 on fuel, we'll let you spend the night. Yeah, it's the least you could do, right? Let me see here. Yeah, right now, Starlink, it's somewhere between 7,100 and 7,200 active satellites, a majority that are actively functioning, they say. But SpaceX plans to launch, the big picture is maybe another 30,000 as we progress into the future. But even the current operational satellites are actually serving millions of customers around the world right now with high-speed internet.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Coming up next hour, we'll discuss, I guess, as we're now into the first day of May, freight waves. Kind of takes a look back as we wrap up the month of April. It was a pretty rough month. Layoffs and bankruptcies hitting multiple sectors of the supply chain in the month of April. Yeah, obviously, much of that as new or soon to be imposed tariffs continue to weigh on the freight market. Meanwhile, Tesla is looking to hire more than 1,000 new workers as they try to get their electric semi-truck into full production, up and running. Earlier this week, Tesla released a video announcing that electric semi-truck production will begin by the end of this year with an annual production capacity of 50,000 electric semi-trucks. Then on Tuesday, the Business Insider reported that Tesla is looking to hire more than 1,000 people as part of getting that electric semi-truck production up and running. Now, this has been a long, drawn-out process. The company first projected full-scale production of the semi by 2019. Then they expected volume production in 2020. Then they hosted their electric semi release party in 2022, where they predicted they'd be producing 50,000 electric semi-trucks by the end of last year. So maybe this time, will they have full production? And the bigger question in my mind, will the demand be there for the electric semi? I don't honestly see it, but good morning to the blind man. How we doing?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, I started DXing, that's long-distance reception, when I was 10 years old. And my father explained to me why I was getting nighttime stations from Indiana. WOWO was a big one. I was living in Massachusetts at the time. And then I decided that maybe I can have fun with the TV. And I started picking up stations on Skip, E-Skip. And the one that would come in a lot would be Channel 2 in Florida. So now I'm in Silver Spring, and it's 1972. I turned my antenna to see what's on Channel 3. Wouldn't you know, I'm getting a Channel 2 from Havana, Cuba. And they were showing cartoons that my sister and I watched back in 1956. So that was quite interesting.
So, I mean, I remember as a kid, pretty much all the television channels went off at like the midnight hour or maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they would always play the national.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Play the national anthem.
I started getting stations from out of town. Like when I was down here, I got the Boston channels for a few hours on the ducting effect.
Really?
And my biggest catch was getting VOCM in Newfoundland, and put that on tape, sent it to the National Radio Club DX audio service, and they put it in their monthly magazine. So I really got a kick out of that.
I didn't realize. I mean, I'm very well familiar with where you get the AM skip, during the overnight hours, which you're thousands of miles away, and depending on the atmosphere, I mean, you might hear from another country. I didn't realize television broadcasts actually had that ability.
Oh, yeah. What was really weird was my father came down and he wanted to see the temperature. And at that particular moment, I got Channel 3 in Memphis. And my father couldn't believe it. He heard the announcer say WRGB TV. And it stayed in and out. It faded in and out.
Yeah.
But it was fun to see what stations I get when there was an E skipped.
How about that? That's fascinating to a blind man.
Oh, yeah. Now with, and I stayed home when the analog channels went off the air one by one. And when Channel 2 in Baltimore went off the air, I was getting it. There was a skip going on. I got Channel 2 in Baton Rouge. And then when they went off the air, I flipped over to Channel 3, and I was getting Shreveport, Louisiana. It was E-skip going that particular day. I'm glad I stayed home to watch it.
How about that?
It's really something. It's a big hobby among the blind to see what they can get. And we would call each other and say, hey, man, did you get Channel 2 in Florida? And the guy would say, yeah, I did. That's one of the regular channels I would get when I lived up in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Now, I'm further south, and at the time I was getting Channel 2 in Miami, and then also mixed in there was Channel 2 in Havana. And then I flipped over to Channel 3, and there she was, the Havana station, and they were showing cartoons.
How about
which
that?
My wife enjoyed at the time because she remembers seeing them as a kid back in 1956. Because you got to remember, the Cubans got all the stuff prior to Castro, and that's all they got to show on TV.
That's pretty cool. Boy, memories, blind man.
Yeah. Well, you take care.
All right. Thank you for checking in there, blind man. Yeah, the old days. Yeah, the midnight hour rolls around. Yeah, signing off for the day. Yeah, then you get the fuzzy screen in that noise that you'd fall asleep listening to that. Yeah, that, I don't know, was that considered white noise or whatever kind of background noise it was? Ah, boy. Okay, so it's 844-3388. President Trump announcing this past day that Raytheon Technologies and IBM may get the contract to modernize the air traffic control system here in the U.S. We have very obsolete equipment for air traffic control. Yeah, there are 5 companies who could do the work, but we want to put a brand new air traffic control system in. IBM declined to comment. Raytheon did not comment as well. But calls to modernize the air traffic control system has intensified, especially after that collision there in January, the Army helicopter and the American Airlines jet. Got to bring that all to light. Yeah, we've got more to come on our final hour just ahead. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is promoting an Investing in America event at the White House.
The entire Trump economic agenda is about making it easier to do business in America, to create jobs in America, to hire American workers, and to build your factories here in America, not in China or any other country.
Trump said businesses from around the world have invested over $5 trillion in America. The administration wants to use the Investing in America event to tout Trump's achievements and push back on uncertainty that some investors have over his global tariff policies. A group of churches from Florida to California is suing the Trump administration over its policy change, pushing for the arrest of illegal aliens at places of worship. Rebecca Putman is the pastor of Westminster Presbyterian Church in Gainesville, Florida, and she says the Constitution guarantees the free exercise of religion and the right to assembly.
Allowing immigration enforcement in sensitive locations impedes our ability to fulfill our mission.
The Department of Homeland Security says criminals can no longer hide in America's schools and churches. The U.S. Department of Education has started an investigation into Washington State's gender-inclusive policies.
Both of the measures were advisory votes only, and if passed, would not have been implemented. One proposal would have limited girls' sports participation to biological females only. The other proposal would have created separate athletic programs for boys, girls, and an open division for all students. Both measures needed over 60% member support to pass. I'm Brad Ford.
President Trump says China will probably eat U.S. tariffs.
Trump said China deserves the 145% tariff placed against them. He doesn't believe they will pass along higher prices to U.S. consumers. He also said China has been making $1 trillion in the process. Trump added since he became president, gas is cheaper and grocery prices are lower. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
What do we want? When do we want it? Yeah!
14 Los Angeles County employees have been arrested after a large union protest in downtown L.A.
On Tuesday afternoon, police arrested the protesters who were seated in the middle of 5th Street and refused to get up. The Service Employees International Union Local 721 says over a dozen L.A. County members put their bodies on the line in an act of civil disobedience. About 55,000 members of that union are on strike this week, demanding a new contract with better pay and other benefits. The striking workers include public works employees, public and mental health professionals, social workers, and parks and recreation personnel. I'm Mark Mayfield.
New Jersey is trying to lure Texas doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals with an ad campaign targeting the Lone Star State's strict abortion laws.
If you check out the skyline near big hospitals and medical schools in Dallas, Fort Worth, and San Antonio, you'll see the billboards. They say things like New Jersey, where healthcare providers determine patient care, not politicians. And in New Jersey, your patient's care is prioritized, not compromised. New Jersey is also considering incentives, like help with moving costs and loan forgiveness programs. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 141 points. The S&P 500 rose by 8 points. The Nasdaq fell by 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
We kick off that final hour as we roll into the first day of May here. May 1 of 2025. Start things off this hour with, we all remember the Summer of Love, as some tried to reference it, back in 2020. Where cities were burning around the country, protests after the death of George Floyd, right? There was a time when there were numerous FBI agents took a knee on behalf of George Floyd. The FBI has reassigned many agents that were photographed kneeling during one of those protests. Part of the administration's effort to remove woke and other politicized elements from the intelligence community. One former FBI official said the reassignment's kind of raised concerns that the Bureau bypassed its typical disciplinary process, which can reportedly take months or more than a year to review incidents. This notion that the Bureau would go after these people, it's disgusting. according to the former official. After quickly ousting senior FBI leaders, the Justice Department has said they are reviewing the conduct of more than 1,500 agents associated with cases that found disfavor in the new Trump era, including investigations of the president, his allies, agents who executed the search warrant on Mar-a-Lago, those who worked on January 6 related cases, all bracing for possible retribution, according to both current and former agents. The kneeling incident, though, in Washington, D.C., occurred after a group of agents assigned to protect federal monuments and buildings were confronted by a group of protesters. FBI agents generally aren't trained to do crowd control, and deploying them to face off demonstrators kind of raised fears of a possible deadly confrontation occurring to both current and former officials. But after the photos initially emerged in the wake of the George Floyd death, top FBI officials at the time reviewed the incident and said there were no violations of policy. Well, meanwhile, FBI Director Kash Patel said in February, there's no longer going to be a two-tiered system of justice, but rather one singular system of justice for all Americans. Senor Heatwave, I do believe. All right, you won't believe who you talked to. Who'd you talk to?
Damned if I know, but he didn't speak English.
Oh, yeah?
Must have been one of them Pakistanis. Yeah. He said, no English. I was like, ah? And so anyways, we get done chaining, and now we got slapping going on out here. So anyways, yeah, he had a translator on the phone. Like what the military has. You speak into it, and it translates into the tongue of the people you're trying to talk to. It's like, that he didn't see the signs. He could not read the signs. He did not understand the signs. And here we are. We want to keep them driving? No. It's just like that one idiot that was on here that hit those cars on 70 there in the Denver area and killed those people. Why? Because he could not read nor comprehend the English language.
The signs.
And any politician that keeps on, if that ain't, I don't know what it would take for these politicians to understand we don't do this. I'll be down.
So who was this guy?
Already.
Was this a driver you came across while you were chaining up or something, or what? Who was it?
He came across me as we were chaining up, yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, what the? I don't understand it. Why would we allow people here that don't speak the English language? And I'm not being racist, and I'm not being whatever they call the phobic is. I'm talking practical sense. Why would we allow somebody here that does not comprehend the English language?
Right.
I'll be son of a...
To have a CDL.
I didn't go 100 feet and the chain broke.
Wow.
Yeah, to have a CDL, yeah. So, and anybody buying chains from China, you're a damn fool. My company is a damn fool. Oh, he didn't even go from the time we started talking to now. I had to stop because one of them was slapping. Oh, the damn chain broke. This is a cheap crap Trump's trying to keep us from getting because he knows it'll eventually, if not hurt somebody, kill somebody because the chain is not up to standards. What standards ought to be. Oh, man, now I got to redo this whole dadgum thing here. All right, but Amy, yeah.
All right, yes, your day just got more interesting, right? So he pulls over to chain up. Yeah, the driver came. What was he trying to ask when he's saying no English? I don't. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. All right, we said freight waves, kind of highlighting it was another rough month in the month of April across the supply chain sector. Starting with the truck and trailer leasing, Truck and Trailer Leasing Avenue out of Joliet, Illinois, that filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy on the 16th in the Northern District of Illinois. The filing marks Truck and Trailer Leasing's second Chapter 11 case in just over a year, following a bankruptcy filed in March of last year. A company known as Star Rail out of Cooper, Texas, filing Chapter 11 on April 11. In the Northern District of Texas, the company that provides rail-to-truck and truck-to-rail transloading, as well as warehousing, contract packaging, and last-mile dedicated trucking, has both assets and liabilities between $1 and $10 million, according to the petition. No funds will be available for unsecured creditors after administrative expenses are paid, according to the filing. Creditors with the largest unsecured claims are Canada's CPKC Railroad, owed about $220,000. Kiamachi Railroad of South Lake, Texas, owed about $133,000. Next up is LML Logistics out of Ocala, Florida, filing Chapter 11. This past Friday, the bankruptcy court in the Middle District of Florida, assets totaling $100,000 to $500,000, liabilities between $1 and $10 million. Funds will be available for unsecured creditors, the largest of which is Farm Credit of Florida, owed about $794,000. And the Small Business Administration Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program owed about $107,000. This is a company with 10 power units, 16 drivers, according to the FMCSA's Safer website. Magazine distributor Accelerate 360, the distribution company, filed a warn notification Friday on their plan to close their Dakota merchandising work location in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A total of 324 permanent layoffs will result, including 22 who work at a facility in Missouri. The employer anticipates all employees who work in the Dakota merchandising function will be laid off as a result of the work unit closure coming up on June the 28th of this year. The decision to close the unit is due to these positions being outsourced. The jobs were primarily held by part-time workers, and that the work would be taken over by another provider. Then you've got Sweet Trucking, just like it sounds, Sweet, out of Knoxville, Tennessee, filing Chapter 11 in the Eastern District of Tennessee back on the 21st of April. Sweet's gross revenue has fallen each of the past 3 years, from $2.7 million in 22, $2.3 million in 23, down to $2.1 million last year. Petition states the company has both assets and liabilities of $1 to $10 million. Funds will be available for unsecured creditors. Sweet's website, the Safer website, says 10 power units, 12 drivers. That was carriers of metal, lumber, machinery, and other goods. Freight Waves tried to contact that company, and no response as of Wednesday morning. Closing out the month of April, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDog BearDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Earlier this week, we had some discussion about the soon-to-be actually driverless trucks. Without a backup safety driver. They've been testing these for some time in Texas, but apparently with Aurora, that's the company potentially days away from actually deploying actual driverless trucks in Texas. The Department of Transportation announced some new automated vehicle framework. Now, initial details were rather sparse, but Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the framework will move toward a national standard regarding regulations for autonomous vehicles. This administration understands we're in a race with China to out-innovate. The stakes couldn't be higher, he says. As part of the DOT's innovation agenda, our new framework will slash red tape and move us closer to a single national standard that spurs innovation and prioritizes safety at the same time. Now, according to the DOT's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the plan is built around 3 principles. Number 1, prioritize the safety of ongoing autonomous vehicle operations on our public roads. Number 2, unleash innovation by removing unnecessary regulatory barriers. And number 3, enable commercial deployment of autonomous vehicles to enhance safety and mobility for the American public. The DOT said prioritizing safety by maintaining their standard general order on crash reporting for vehicles equipped with advanced driver assistance systems and automated driving systems. But the framework will also ease some of the reporting requirements and include a property damage threshold for crashes involving autonomous vehicles. I don't see anywhere where they're trying to tell us we're not worried about autonomous vehicle crashes. That's supposed to be the ultimate goal, but all right, John, let me see here. Eagle. Good morning, Eagle. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Eagle, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay. Yeah, I got a couple things to say right quick, Steve. I told you this many times. I don't call the show to entertain your other listeners. I really don't care if they like what I say or don't like what I say. So just to go into what I heard earlier tonight. By the way, Steve, what's the name of that? What's the name of that girl that calls the show that lives in New Mexico?
In New Mexico.
I forgot the name. I forgot the name. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway what his name is. But I thought it was a girl at first. Okay, my fault. Now let me say this right quick, Steve. About the tariffs, because I don't waste my time on people like that, because like I said, my man, I got a pocket full of money, and that's the reason why I fall asleep sometimes, because I work and I drive my ass off in this truck. That's why I fall asleep, just in case you was wondering. But guess what? On Friday afternoon, I have a pocket full of money. I guarantee you that. Now, Steve, let me move on to the situation with Donald Trump and the tariffs. Like I said, I don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks with the tariffs. I don't know that, you're seeing different things on the internet, different things on television, radio. So far, I haven't seen anything to make me believe that all this, they claim that the ports are empty, the ships are not coming in. I don't know. I'm not at a port. So we'll find out in the coming weeks what happens with Donald Trump in his trade deal with China. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully they can reach some kind of deal so people don't have to lose their jobs and the price of everything skyrocket. Because, see, Steve, it's a bad deal for Trump if he doesn't, or even for the Republicans, because, see, a lot of American people, they go with who they think is going to help them. And if Donald Trump, it's not a good look if people start losing their jobs and the price skyrockets if these tariff deal backfires. And that'll hurt Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or anybody who wants to be president in 28. So I'm pulling and hoping that these tariffs go through and, the situation doesn't get any worse. So Trump or Vance or somebody, Republicans, if we get a Democrat back in the White House, Steve, it's all over for America. So if anybody who cares about the U.S., if you care about the U.S., you better pull for Donald Trump, because he's the last straw. Because I promise you, if a Democrat gets in there, such as Kamala Harris or Bernie Sanders or anybody like those two losers, the United States is done. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, looking at 25 past the hour. I did have a little bit of an update mentioning the tariff discussion. This past day, addressing his statement this week that there's at least one trade deal ready to be announced. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick this past evening stated that more are close and that President Trump might be waiting for an opportunity to unveil them together, maybe. He says, quote, I think less than months or weeks, in an interview via Newsmax, saying he has deals with a handful of countries that are in reasonable shape. I think we're in very good shape, a matter of fact. He said, obviously referencing Trump, he probably doesn't want to announce one deal alone. He probably wants to announce 3 or 4 simultaneously, but I'll let him decide how he wants to announce it. People can see the progress. There are different things for different countries, but the framework for the whole world needs to be hammered out and refined before it's unveiled to all. I mean, when you're trying to get it right, especially the first 3 or 4 deals, where you guys are going to be ready, every word of it, and you're going to read every word of it. So I guess if you unveil what one country, what kind of a deal they get, everybody else is going to be trying to say, well, why did he get or she get a better deal than me or they? So that does make sense. You don't want to announce too much too quick. We're not in a fight with the rest of the world. We are negotiating with the rest of the world fair trade. And we're going to produce fair trade with the rest of the world. Trump's tariffs are needed when you're a business in America and you're fighting the government, you're going to lose. He's hoping he can help Trump rebalance the global trade order. Their government supports their industry and beats ours up. We need help here. And that's what Trump's doing, he said. When their government supports their business, it makes it really, really hard for our businesses. Finally, with Donald Trump in the White House, while the anti-Trump media and political forces continue to tarnish his first 100 days, Lutnick said you have to let the greatest deal maker make his deals. We're negotiating with all these countries, and the basic premise is, look, you know the rate we're going to charge you if you say nothing. So how about you open your market, be fair, let's get it right. And in exchange for that, we'll set fair tariffs together. We'll come to that balance. Let's get it on, and let's do it together, he said. That's happening fast and ferociously across the markets. So we, as a country, as he said yesterday, we're in great shape right now. That's the update, the latest we can pass your way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 House Democrats are seeking removal from a resolution to impeach President Trump.
Congressman Kwesi Mfume and Jerry Nadler, as well as Congresswoman Robin Kelly, initially signed on as co-sponsors of Congressman Sri Tanadar's resolution, but the trio went to the House floor on Tuesday asking for their names to be taken off the legislation. It's a move that may signal many in the party currently don't want to go down the path of trying to remove the president from office. Spokespeople for Kelly and Mfume say the lawmakers initially signed on to the effort because they assumed it had been reviewed by leadership, but changed their plans after learning it was not. Now, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky remains as the only co-sponsor of the resolution. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street wrapped up the month of April with stocks mixed today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 141 points. The S&P 500 rose by 8 points. The Nasdaq fell by 14 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Minnesota's got a dozen events from Arlington to Waconia. It's 1, 4, 5, and 6 for Michigan, Indiana, the Carolinas, and Wisconsin. This as NTPA member state organizations bring truck and tractor pulling to fairs and festivals of all sizes. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. We conclude our long look at the 2025 NTPA sanctioned event schedule with the entry level of championship pulling, namely member state events. The association comprises several state organizations which provide a first step in regulated pulling competition. Let's begin in the Southeast with the United Pullers of the Carolinas, who were supposed to get underway in Taylors, South Carolina this past weekend. The 2-day Tigerville tractor pull will be postponed until summertime. Check NTPAPULL.com or the NTPA app to find out when. This coming weekend, it's the University of Mount Olive Benefit Pull in Mount Olive, North Carolina on Saturday, May 3rd. Then on May 16th and 17th, the Wilson County Fairgrounds 300 takes over Wilson, North Carolina. Winston-Salem's Piedmont 300 assumes center stage on August 22nd and 23rd before Wilson welcomes its second event, the County Fair Invitational, on September 17th to wrap the UPOC slate. Moving north, the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers Association will present a quartet of pulls in 2025. On June 25th, it's Richmond, Indiana's Wayne County Fair Pull. A month later, on July 25th, the Bartholomew County Fair brings the smoke and noise to Columbus, Indiana. Muncie's Delaware County Fair Pull follows 2 days hence on July 27th. And the granddaddy of them all, the Indiana State Fair Pull, will gleam in the afternoon sunshine of August 3rd. The Bull Ring Pullers get one of their own on Labor Day Saturday, August 30th, at the Saline Community Fair in Saline, just outside Ann Arbor. On to Wisconsin for a half dozen Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association state shows. Stanley's Truck and Tractor Pull on June 6th, the Ettrick Lions Power Pull in Ettrick on June 14th, the Langlade County Fair Pull in Antigo on July 25th, the Colby Pullers Club's Pulling for a Purpose on August 16th in Colby, Loyal's Corn Festival NTPA Pull on August 23rd, and over Labor Day weekend, it's Sturgeon Fest. That truck and tractor pull invades Gem Falls on August 30th. Finally, we get to the Land O'Lakes and the United Pullers of Minnesota's 12 state events. The Corcoran Lions Club will host 2 of them on May 31st and August 23rd in Corcoran. Herman's Grant County Fair Pull is set for July 18th, with Faribault's Rice County Fair Pull a day later. On July 25th, the Scott County Fair Pull in Jordan takes place, and then Arlington Sibley County Fair Pull rounds out the month of July on the 31st. That's the first of 3 straight days of pulling that also hits the Pipestone County Fair in Pipestone and the Chippewa County Fair in Montevideo on August 1st and 2nd. The next 2 are also back-to-back on August 7th and 8th, namely the Mower County Fair Pull in Austin and the Sarver County Fair Pull in Waconia. The Ogilvy Raceway Pull on August 22nd comes just ahead of Corcoran 2, and then the Howard Lake Tractor Pull shuts the lid on the season on September 6th. The entire list of state pulls may be found on the schedule page at ntpapull.com And this year, the brand new NTPA mobile app, available for download on Android and Apple, will also include event information and, where available, lineups and results for the association's member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and hold on.
All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. Appreciate the update there. What do we see? Big Ed in recent days has been, sharing some photos, some videos of lots of military equipment being loaded and shipped out, loaded on boats and what. I'm not exactly sure where he was taking them from, but he posted a message from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, I guess from this past day. And he said, well, I guess that answers my questions about all the military equipment I've seen being shipped out. And what Secretary of Defense Hegseth posted was, message to Iran. We see your lethal support to the Houthis. We know exactly what you are doing. You know very well what the U.S. military is capable of, and you were warned. You will pay the consequence, in all capital letters, at the time and place of our choosing. Kind of a sinister, not so sinister message to Iran. I don't think I printed up the story, but the UK and the US together were joining in some of these attacks on the Houthis this past day. Earlier this week, we had cited the update from what CENTCOM said the U.S. has hit like 800 targets here in about the past month and a half. That was over 1,000 by yesterday. For whatever reason, the UK decided to actually give quite a bit of detail about what their targets were, determined to get the shipping lanes there in the Red Sea back freely running. It's costing many countries untold millions and billions of dollars to have to be taking the long way around the Horn of Africa or vice versa. And I don't know. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on. Separately, our own Cincinnati Reds hosted those St. Louis Cardinals this past day with a doubleheader, kind of making up for the rainout that took place on Tuesday night. And apparently, the Cincinnati Reds opted not to show up. They lost Game 1 6-0. They lost Game 2 9-1. Thanks a bunch, Knucklebuster.
I'm sorry, Mr. Steve Summers. I told you I threw some winning luck out the window last week when I drove through St. Louis when I on my way to Chicago up there. I wasn't scared to go into Chicago either. So, well, thanks for letting us win 2 out of 3 there. So that's not too bad.
Yeah.
So we still got some more games to play this year. So who knows? May the best team win there. Well, let's. I'm just curious, Steve. Is he kin to Dylan Mulvaney? Been drinking that Bud Light too much? If he thinks Heat Wave is a woman, don't answer that. Keep yourself out of trouble. So he might even be kin to Joe Biden there with dementia or something. I don't know. Anyway, enough of all that. Simplify a shout out to Crook and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and President Trump there. The word is Semper Fidelis, which means it's Latin, which means always faithful. And the other word I use on the air is ferio, which is Latin, means fierce with the fierce. So, I got I got Semper Fi on my left arm, ferio on my right arm. And when I hug my grandbabies, they know I'm always faithful to them. And I'll protect them with more fierce than anybody they know there, right? Mm-hmm. So, well, we talked about the the gas, the Stabile and the gas last night there, you know, Steve, you can put that Hot Shot Secret product, fix an eliminator in your mowers and fire equipment and your car and your truck and keep it all cleaned up nice and shiny. Look like a new motor there, right?
That is correct.
And, yep. Oh, Brother Rumber, he pretty much touched on all that stuff last night about buying your product there for keeping them cold ones cool there, right? So, well, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388, and let's keep him busy. Now, you talked about Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck used to be funny as hell when he first started out on radio there. I used to listen to him when he first started out. He had a segment on there called More on Trivia, and he would call them 7-Elevens and quiz them people about their knowledge on American history and stuff, and most of them didn't have a clue there, and he'd be laughing his butt off in the background. But he done got too rich now, so he can't be doing all that junk there. Well, you know, you remember the name Ricky Rudd?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, they found his retired NASCAR hauler out working in the tobacco fields there in North Carolina, Steve. I bet Braindead would like to know about that, right?
How about that?
Yep, truck's still working. Well, if you ever get $8.7 million, you can buy this mansion that comes with its own drive-through car wash, Steve. Well, we'd have to win the lottery for that one, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think
and
so.
And then these two hackers, they found $340,000 worth of gold coins, Steve. Oh, they found it in the ground over there. I forgot where it was at. So anyway, it's valued at $7.5 million in cash right now at today's prices. So
you know,
that's a lot of money.
Knucklebuster, you don't think that's on the property that Sundance had purchased, do you? Did they find his gold?
Yeah, I ain't worried about what Sundance got to say. He blows more smoke than Minister Backslash Eagle, right? So, well, anyway, it's been a great day. Oh, that truck driver's in a lot of trouble. They got him stopped over there. I guess he couldn't read the sign or something. So, they got him stopped over on the service road there. Well, anyway, that's all my bull on it for today. I'm up in this road construction. This truck driver in front of me, he's scared. So as soon as I catch a wide spot, I'm going to have to pass him there. It's been great talking to you today, and how about them St. Louis Cardinals?
Yeah, that's right. 2 out of 3. You got it. Yeah, that broke, I believe. I think the Reds were up to a 6-game winning streak, maybe. I do believe. They'd won 7 out of the last 10. Well, now they're 5-5 out of their last 10. He mentioned Truck and Phil. Hey, happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting things off 52 degrees this morning, warming to 72 Fort Wayne. They're telling us 80% chance of rain, thunder, lightning in the distance, and some sprinkles. Yeah, I see thunderstorms from Dallas, Texas, all the way up to Minnesota and Ontario across the country today. We're at 50, going to 57, a cool day in Newaygo, Michigan. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo and flip back once again. Have a great day, everybody. It's almost Friday. Roll on, Knucklebuster, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. There you go. Excellent. Hey, Brain Dead forwarded the story he mentioned earlier this morning out of Memphis there. The Claiborne Temple Church, downtown Memphis, that went up in flames Monday morning. The 2-alarm fire reported just before 1:40 a.m. at the historic church and civil rights landmark. on Hernando Street, according to the Memphis Fire Department. Unknown at this point what caused the fire. Despite our best efforts, as you can see, it has sustained significant damage, according to the chief. The fire's under control. At this point, we still have hot spots. Sweet added that the fire was under control about an hour after firefighters responded. No reports of injuries, but the fire chief also said it could take some time to find out the cause because of the significant damage to the building. He also confirmed that the ATF is involved in the investigation. Due to the historical significance of the building and the amount of damage, we're partnering with them, being the ATF. They're bringing in additional teams, some dogs. They'll be bringing in some more technology that we don't have here in Memphis. We can't put people out there at this point until we make sure the building's safe enough. But the ATF gives us a whole lot more resources to get in there and look around. The local Fox affiliate spoke to the building's owner about the devastating loss. It's 130 years of history. One of the most sacred buildings in the city and the region, as a matter of fact. According to the executive director of the Big We, which owns the building. Don't know what we're going to do, but Claiborne Temple was founded in 1892 as Second Presbyterian. In the 1960s, it was a centerpiece of the civil rights movement. Striking Memphis sanitation workers gathered there in 1968, marching from the church to City Hall every day. The iconic "I am a man" signs were actually being printed in the basement there. And those efforts were what brought Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to Memphis. Claiborne Temple closed in 1999 and was undergoing a $6 million restoration project, apparently. So a lot of times when you have restoration things going on, these sort of things are known to occur. But I guess, obviously, look, was this possibly an arson incident? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, kind of going back to the call from Blind Man earlier, which, that was kind of new to me. I didn't realize that television signals would have that capability of skipping. I guess they did at some Seth is he's a ham radio guy. He said television used to be either VHF or UHF, which ham radio users have been allocated a specific frequency range. Yeah, people don't think about TV being a radio signal, but it actually is, well, it was. Images and video can be sent through ham radio. Now, as far as a cell phone contacting a satellite, it could if the phone had the right antenna and the satellite was on the same bandwidth. I've actually communicated through ham satellites with a $75 walkie-talkie. One instance is Tennessee to Connecticut. You may have noticed my call sign at the bottom. You may like what it stands for. Yeah, the call sign is N2ICB, which he says that stands for Into Ice Cold Beer. N2ICB, Into Ice Cold Beer. I had it changed last year. But all right, thank you very much, Seth. I would have never guessed that. Into Ice Cold Beer. All right, Vic, what do you got going on this morning?
Yeah. The ham radio operator explained that a lot better. But do you remember the people that had cable and you'd have the scrambled channels?
Yes.
And people were getting these boxes that would break that down.
Mm-hmm.
I've forgotten the frequencies, but your horizontal and it would make so many sweeps and your vertical would make so many sweeps per second. And then when we went to the digital, all that went away. But but talking about Blind Man there, when do you remember all that humming that was going on years ago? Like I know in the CBs, it get very irritating at sometimes. There was this distant voice or humming or something that would sometimes get into the CBs, and I didn't know. Maybe Blind Man might have known where that came from or whatever happened to it. And it might still be out there, I don't know. But it was a funny echo, and yeah, it's kind of like an echo thing. Excuse me. But anyway, when Blind Man was talking, I got to thinking about that. It was some woman's name that would always be said. I can't even remember that anymore. But the other thing was that whenever Braindead was talking last night or yesterday morning, he was mentioning about they had disbanded the gang unit, the gang intelligence unit there in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know if I lost track, and I tried to go back on podcast, but I couldn't even pick it up there because all of those different gang intelligence units and all that seem like every one time they start one, it winds up getting in trouble because in general, the gang units, the intelligence units are given more latitude as far as, I guess you would say, force use and things of that nature. And some of the gang units actually get more criminal than the gangs and everything. And I have some connections both with Memphis and here in Indianapolis, and the relatives, and they have literally dropped off the face of the earth. I don't know if they went in a witness protection program. Nobody knows what happened to them. I asked the sheriff about it about a year or two ago, and he says, I don't know, you'll have to ask your family. And it's like, oh, okay. Because, I mean, I like I said, I was kind of curious because the one down in Memphis was working for a professional person and actually interning, and the professional had a person working for him, and the professional had a very expensive car, and he found out that the person he had working for him was taking his car and delivering drugs. So I, that was my big concern was when Brain Daddy was talking about that. I was kind of curious. And I think the case he's talking about, was that where the Memphis police got in trouble for beating up on some guy or something? Or they claimed he did. Something about that Tyree.
That's the trial that's actually going on right now, where the officers are on trial. And that's what he's kind of referencing, that in the event that these officers get off, he expects full well we're going to see violence in the streets, right? All right. Well, we got to close it out there. Have a great Thursday. Come on back. Midnight hour tonight. We'll be rolling into Friday.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,